Good evening, folks, and welcome to the Long-Haired Yeti's Cave. And I am the Long-Haired Yeti. Well, it's the pub, actually. It's not Long-Haired Yeti's Cave. Well, it is the Long-Haired Yeti's Cave. No, actually, it's real deal. What am I about? Yeah, this is real deal, not the pub. I don't know why I've got the pub in the background, but yeah, this is actually the real deal instead. Well, first of all, we've got a reveal coming tomorrow of the new Forest shirt, which is the away shirt. Now, I'm not quite sure what I think about it, and I don't know if this will still carry on the voice, but I'll put this on the screen. Let's have a look, see if it does. That's the one that's been leaked. I think that might be it as well, because on the video, to say it's being leaked, it's got leaves on the video. Um, I'm not sure how I feel about it, to be honest. It's kind of growing on me the more I keep seeing it. So I don't know. It's got a forest badge on, of course. So, I mean, that's always going to be a plus. But then again, if it is forest, then why would it have anything else on? So that was a pointless comment. But anyway. But yeah, I mean, I didn't realise it was it had the embossed leaves on the actual shirt. I think that is. I think that is it. I think that definitely is it now. We've seen that the way that they've done the intro video to say that they're going to release it tomorrow. Well, it's not released for sale tomorrow. It's released a few days or wherever after. But yeah, I think that'll be it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There's another one here, but this is the one that seems to be a lot around on the internet at the moment. There's that one as well, but obviously that one's being created by somebody, obviously Footy Headlines or whoever that is, JMFC. That one don't look bad actually, to be quite honest with you. But I do think it's probably going to be that. That's going to be it. I'm pretty sure that that'll be it. And I like to say I don't know like how I feel about it, but I think I like it. Actually. No, the more I keep looking at it, the more I look at it, the more I actually like it. Right, well, this week has been an absolute nightmare, to be fair. Every single day, I've had a copyright claim or five or six copyright claims on the music that I used to use in audio. So they just keep coming back and coming back and coming back, and I keep deleting the music off the videos because they're all watch alongs. Nobody's going to watch it. So basically, what I did is I went on to YouTube Studio, and I thought, well, instead of keep getting these things keep coming up, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through the videos and put on which ones have got a claim, and then basically go through and just erase the songs from them, which I have done, which I've spent this week doing, and I've got rid of them off like what 10, 20 videos just to raise the intro and things like that. And basically, it's they still keep coming up. So what's going on there? I still keep getting the claims, even though I've erased the songs off them. And then when I check the claim, it still says the songs on it. So what is happening? Are they actually getting rid of it or not? Because at the end of the day, I'm not bothered about them. I'm not bothered about it. I did dispute like some of them, but then I read like the website that actually does the stuff. I have made a mistake. There is something on there that I should have done, which I didn't. Which is why I thought, you know what, I'll just get rid of it. I'll just erase them all off. It's fair play. It basically says on the site that they're free to use by any content creator. But then it says at the bottom that you're required to sort of register onto their site and stuff like that, and subscribe to their site and things like that. See, that I didn't see. I'll be honest, I didn't see that. So, it is what it is. I'm not going to really worry too much about that. I just don't want to keep getting these bloody claims, so I keep trying to get rid of all the music and everything, and it just keeps, and the claims just keep coming back. So I mean, if it won't let me erase the music off, what am I supposed to do? Just delete the videos? What do you do? So that's kind of the situation I'm in at the minute. I just don't know what to do with them. If I have to delete the videos, I have to delete the videos, but that could delete certain things as well. I don't know how any of this shit works. I still don't. Never did when since I started. There's not still a lot of things I don't know about doing this, but hey, it is what it is, and I'll just have to go with it the way it is. Also, what Pepsi was saying the other day about Mon Gibbs White interest in Bayern Munich. Now, I've only seen one post on this. Well, actually, I've seen two. There was another one just now. And also, Chelsea are interested in him as well. And there was one saying Man United, but I'm not really too worried about that one, to be fair. They wouldn't be able to afford what money we'd be asking for him anyway. They seem to have the mindset that he's changed his agent. No, I don't know anything about that. I've not any info on that. I don't know I'm not even a Forest fan. I don't know the players personally or anything like that. I don't ring them up and speak to them or anything like that. So I don't know what's going on. But I mean, hopefully we do keep hold of MGW. We can't be losing these players. I know Anderson was going to go. That was 100%. But we can't be losing these players. Nico's had interest as well. Can't be losing Nico. Milenkovic's interest in, who is it, Juventus. So they're coming in. The Vultures are coming in. There's no doubt about that. But you know what? That's the price of having good players. And we have got good. These players are good players. So I'm not really surprised that there is interest in them. But we're serious about what we're doing, then we need to hold off that interest. But every player's got a price, so you're not going to be able to just keep holding it off when the actual prices are met and things like that. It is a business as well at the end of the day. But I do hope that we do manage to keep these players. And on to oh mate, honestly, some of the stuff I've read this week, Bruno Guimaraes. Oh, what's he offer then? Oh, he offers vertical line breaking passes, guys. Vertical line breaking passes. I've always known them as through balls, but yeah, nowadays they're called vertical on vertical. What was it? Vertical line breaking passes. Yeah, yeah, okay. I'm not quite sure where all this buzzword new things and all that kind of stuff actually comes from, but I mean it's not needed. It's all explained. It's all easy to actually speak about. But I suppose it just makes them seem like they know that little bit more than everybody else. Same as Nico Williams. He's a separation specialist. Not quite sure what that entails. Maybe maybe you can handle if any of the players have got a divorce coming up or anything like that. Maybe you'd be able to help them with that. Same as Barcola. But I don't know. I don't know where all these things actually come from. To be honest, it's just like typing for typing's sake. Really, I think. I mean, everything's just so simple, but they have to make it some kind of weird thing so that they sound different to what everybody else does. And it's just honestly, it's mad. I mean, all the Vinny stuff this week has just been, oh yeah, we've got to get Vinny. I want Vinny. Oh, we want Vinny so bad. Blah blah blah. Now all of a sudden the Vinny's not happening. It's all completely different. Oh well, we didn't want him anyway. If you don't want Arsenal, then we don't want him, and all that kind of stuff. Which I get that. I get that mindset, but I don't think it was ever really on the cards anyway. To be honest, as I just said to Marie, there's levels to this. And I'm not being funny, and I'm not being horrible or anything like that because we're in no position to be saying anything in this respect. But the thing is, I mean, in 6 years, you won an FA Cup and you've won a Premier League. It's not really Vinny standard, is it? I'm just giving the common sense line. It's not really Vinny standards. So, I can kind of understand why you'd want to stay at Real Madrid. They're building quite a team as well with Marino. And they're going to get Jan Diamande as well. I mean, if you look at their team, I mean, it looks fucking mental. And Vinny will fit in with that, obviously, with Mbappe as well. So I mean, you can kind of understand it, but it is the right kind of thing that Arsenal should be doing, though. Although, according to League One, they haven't done anything. It's just all been, put in the news and things like that, and just made to seem like something was happening. Again, wouldn't know, wouldn't have a clue about that. Would not be surprised at all if you didn't end up with Mudrick. Now he's come back. I wouldn't be surprised if he don't get sent away by Chelsea and you guys don't end up signing him, or possibly even Rashford as well. I saw that you lost in the week against Real Betis. Well, is what it is with friendlies things. I didn't actually watch the game or anything like that, but I'm sure you'll be ready when the season actually kicks in. But anyway, like with Forest and the new shirt being unveiled tomorrow, like I say, I am kind of warming to it quite a bit actually. It wouldn't be my normal kind of thing, to be honest. But I don't know. You never know, do you? Really? I mean, it looks all right, to be fair. But I suppose we'll wait till tomorrow until we actually see it. I've seen the players looking at it and what they've said, same as they did about the shirt that I've got on now. You know, but we'll just have to wait and see what it is, see what the reaction is, and everything like that. I don't know. We shall have to wait and see. And I can't wait to get the season going. We got Barcelona. When was it again? Is it tomorrow? Is it the 2 45-minute games? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, well, it is tomorrow, 7 o'clock. We've got to play Udinese for 45 minutes, and then we've got to play Barcelona for 45 minutes. So that should be an interesting idea behind doing things like that. Right, let me just check what's going on here. No, we're all good. So yeah, so that's tomorrow night. So I'll definitely be covering that. And it'd be good to see some more football as well. We haven't really done much in the signing prospects thing at the moment, and I haven't seen much sort of going on either. Let's have a quick look on X and just see what's being said on there. I try to avoid a lot of this stuff because it might happen, it might not. I think Aston Villa are interested in Reinders now, which we was interested in Reinders as well. So I don't know what's kind of going on with that. Dominic Solanke, according to Italian journalist Longari, Nottingham Forest are interested in signing Solanke from Tottenham Hotspur. Longari also reported that the striker will be leaving the club. In brackets, Forest sucks. I don't know what the fuck that means. Well, I do know what it means, but I don't know what that's all about. What's that one? Nottingham Forest have agreed deal with Olympic Lyon for Malik Fofana, but no agreement yet on the player side. Fofana wait for Champions League clubs, with Chelsea still keen on the player. Yeah, I don't know much about him, to be honest. Rico Lewis has agreed to sign a new deal at City. Uh, 25 million from Juve for Nikola Milenkovic. Definitely not 25 mil. Hopefully, we don't sell him anyway. I don't know what's happening with the Diamandi thing either. I think that one's gone. Every Forest fan watching X for transfer updates. Diamandi advanced, collapsed, back on. Right, okay, so according to that, then it's back on again. I would like to get that one over the line, to be quite honest with you, but I haven't heard much about it for a good while, so I don't know what's going on with that. Rangers, Juventus, Forest, or Newcastle. Well, also Villa as well, I've read today. And Usman Diamande's proposed move to Forest from Sporting Lisbon has collapsed after the two clubs failed to reach an agreement over a €40 million deal. The Ivory Coast international central defender remains available on the market as negotiations continue, or whatever. Oh okay. Well, I mean, we don't know. This is just like what's on X. So, I mean, I don't know what this is all about. Forest have made a 15 million bid for Boreham Wood's Abdul Malik. This is from no, it's not Fab. That's not Fab. Which is set to be rejected by the National League side. What, 15 million? And they're all old ones because that's in McAtee to Forest. That's already been done. So that's all been sorted. So I don't think there's anything really on there that could take much notice of at the moment. So I don't know kind of what's going to happen. I can't wait for the season to start. To be honest, I cannot wait. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to where we're going to go with it and everything. I'm looking forward to those two 45-minute friendlies as well tomorrow. I just want to keep seeing my team playing and just seeing what we're doing, to be fair. That's kind of all it's about at the moment, and then just getting the season underway. I mean, if you actually look at the way the season's looking at the moment, I mean, Newcastle, I mean, I don't know about these guys that they've got, though. And this new manager, you can never sort of turn around and say it's not going to work. Look at what's his name for us last season. That worked out, but then we got rid of him, got Glasner in. How long's Glasner going to last? I mean, that's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Because if it's not working out, then he won't be lasting long. Let's put it that way. He definitely won't be lasting long. We know how it works with Marianakis. Hopefully, that's not going to be the case because we do need to get a little bit more solidified with a team and everything. Start to really build things up. I do think we'll be all right though. I think we'll be fine next season. Game against Leeds United straight away, which is that's going to be a really interesting first game, that is, and then we'll be able to see that kind of what's going on and how things are moving on. So yeah, looking forward to that as well. I'm very, very excited to see what we are going to do in the Premier League next season and how the Premier League's going to go because one or two teams are really sort of getting themselves sorted out. Man City's supposed to be looking at Fernandez now that Rodri's apparently on his way to Barcelona. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go. I know I'm just going to enjoy watching it. Hopefully, we can get something going like we have with Nuno. I mean, that was some of the best stuff that I've seen for a long time, to be fair, as Forest. So hopefully we can do that and get things sorted and keep hold of Gibbs White, keep hold of our players because that's paramount. But we've got to get in the right sort of positions in order to be keeping hold of the players because otherwise they are just going to get picked off. It's just the way the game goes. So we've got no choice in that respect. I watched Spider-Man Brand New Day again the other day, which I still think is an absolute class film. It's got its issues, of course, but it is what it is. But it is a great movie. If you get a chance to watch it, give it a watch because it is a really good film. Brand New Day. It's one of the best Marvel that I've seen for a good while. To be quite honest with you, I don't know whether I'm going to get the new shirt straight away. I don't know. We'll have to see. But if I can get one without a sponsor on it, I will always go for one without a sponsor on. That's always going to be the main aim. I'm just going to be back in a second to feed the mog. Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, it sucks about the Mum gives White thing to possibly Chelsea or whatever, but hey, what can you do? Look, it's the way it goes, isn't it? Hopefully he's going to stay on. Hopefully he's going to stay on to see what we're capable of, and same as Milenkovic and all that. Because we've got to keep the team together. We've got to keep our players together. You know, if we're going to get anywhere, then we've got to keep our best players. Obviously, as I say, Anderson was always going to go anyway. There was never going to be no stopping that. We just had to actually get it sorted out, basically. Hey up, Dal, how you doing, mate? How you doing, pal? And yeah, it does. It is. I mean, coming up with a Milenkovic thing. I mean, 25 million. That's a joke, to be honest. I can't remember what we got him for. To be fair, but 25 million. That's a joke. He's a vital player for us. So 25 million is a joke. If you want to come on, Dal, you can. I'm just having a chill and a chat about kind of what's going on. We got the away kit coming out later on, well, tomorrow morning. So I think it will be that green one as well. I'll probably get it. I'll probably get it, but I don't know. Well, we'll have to wait and see, I suppose. And Bill Colin as well. How you doing, matey? And what do you guys think about like the Arsenal scenario? Right, give me a second, though. I'll send it on Instagram, bro. I just got to sort my headphones out as well. Just give me a sec. I'll be back in a sec. Right, okay. I don't know. Now should come up in that corner, I think. Started using Restream now, so I don't know actually if that all works. Yeah, it is. Right, so let's bring Dal on. How you doing, matey? You alright?
Good. How are you?
I'm
Good
alright,
to see you
mate.
again. It's been a while.
You, pal? Yes, mate. Yes.
Uh,
What have you been up to?
oh, not much. Living the dream, hanging out. Supposed to be working today, but decided to hang out with you instead.
Hey, I'll take that every day.
Oh,
What about Vinny then? What do you think about this
oh
Vinny
fuck! Don't get
scenario?
me started, bro. But here we go. Um, I don't think we put in a solid bid.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
think I
Yeah.
think the personal terms agreed was, hey, we'll throw you your image rights. We'll we'll pay you roughly this much. Um, let us know if you're interested, right? Kind of like buying a car. You got to put this much down, and they put the little boxes there, and I don't know how they
Yeah,
do it
yeah.
in England, right? And they say, well, it's going to be this and that, this interest rate. So I think that I don't think we ever gave in a concrete bid. I think that there was a lot of PR and hype around it, right? I think that that there was, you know, it was kind of just a meeting of ownership group of president, club president type shit, right?
Yeah, yeah.
We're like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, he's maybe available because it's Madrid. We're looking to change things under Marino, but they really had no one else. They let that young kid striker go, I think, to Fulham, and they thought about putting Mbappe on the left. Well, who are they going to play as? Who's going to be their striker? And Rodrigo, I think he's done. I don't really see him coming at all. He's probably still in rehab for all I know. I just think that there was just too many obstacles in the way for it. I mean, I was excited, especially when he said agreed personal terms, but that could mean several things, as you know, right?
Yeah.
That could mean, again, just like, yeah, I agree to what you're offering, but that doesn't mean I'm agreeing to switch clubs, right? That doesn't mean I'm in full 100% agreement of what you guys want.
Yeah.
But I don't think he was holding us for ransom for a new deal. I think Madrid were just opening the door a bit, see what the interest was, and thinking and preparing themselves to offer him more. I don't think he was like holding up the Arsenal paperwork saying, "Oh, look what I got. You guys need to match it." I don't think that's the case. I think the counter or the improvement to the contract that he already had was probably pretty well in place. Yeah. So I'm disappointed, but I'm not entirely gutted because I still think it was a shot in the dark.
Yeah,
To kind of for it to happen anyway. So I'm not surprised. Plus, it's Arsenal,
yeah. I mean,
right?
the thing is, as I've said before, I mean, it is the kind of things that I'd expect you to be doing, but at the same point, when sort of common sense kicks in as well, are you of that level of Vinny? Because it's like, I mean, I'm not being funny, I'm not being shit or
Right.
anything like that.
No, I understand.
In 6 years, you've won a FA Cup and a Premier League. Yeah.
Right.
Nothing in Europe or anything like that. So it's like Real Madrid is going to be the team that a 26-year-old is going to want to stay at if he can with the right deal in
Sure.
it. You
Sure.
know?
My thought to that is, since we are on top, so to speak, even though we didn't win the Champions League final, that now is the best time to strike.
Yeah.
Right? Winning the FA Cup 6-7 years ago now, I don't think that's on Vinny's mind saying, "Oh, they haven't
Oh,
really won."
no.
Right? I mean, that's just like, so the deal is that you say, okay, we want to retain the Prem. We are Champions League finalists, Champions League semifinalists. We see you as the missing piece to all this. We want to give you a fresh start in a new league, right? You've been at Madrid for 8 years. Now's our chance to build what we want to build and make you the cornerstone of that, right?
Yeah.
That's the pitch, man. That's the sales pitch. And I think there was, I think those words happened, right? I think it was enticing a bit for Vinny to kind of be the face of the club. But again, it's like, does Arsenal have that pull? Not really, but we kind of do now, right? Or at least we're trying to get that pull now. Again, if it's United is in for him, maybe he goes. If Chelsea, possibly Man City. I think if Man City really would have shown the cash and really given him a bumper deal, he probably would have. He probably could have gone to Man City a lot closer than joining us. But at the end of the day, I think his heart was always at Madrid.
Yeah.
He's Champions League winner, La Liga, Copa del Rey. So I don't think it's really like him looking in the rearview mirror at our past. It was us trying to convince him that going forward, we want to make you the face of the club. And he is a world football icon. Let's be real about it, right? He's known globally. So I think, let alone shirt sales, would have made up his fucking transfer fee, within the first month, right? Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I just think that it was probably just a little bit of a reach. But the problem is, bro, is that there's such a gap now in quality in that left wing position, right? As you know, before in seasons past, you'd have 4 or 5, let's say left wingers particularly, that if you're not, if we don't get the number one guy, the number two guy's really not that bad off, right?
Yeah,
But when you're going from, Carvajal, besides Carvajal, because we never went in for him anyway, if Vinny's number one and number two is Barcola, that's a major drop off.
Yeah,
true. And I was just on a show with Tony Cloud just an hour ago, and we talked about maybe bringing back the Rodrigo hype, but he's still in rehab, bro, and he hasn't played much, competitive football.
Seen anything of him.
Yeah, right. So, his wage demands would probably be pretty low at this point. And he's probably dying to get out of Madrid at this point, right? With Jan Diomani joining and Vinicius signing a new contract. Yeah. But Rodrigo's not even in focus for us at all. No. And I don't, Julian Alvarez, a good player, but let me ask you, how do you think Julian Alvarez fits in at Arsenal?
Well, with having Gyökeres, the problem is it's not about what striker you have; it's about how you play with a striker. And Arteta has always said that he doesn't want a number 9 or doesn't need a number 9. And his wingers, even if you got somebody who's really good in the air, like a Giroud from back in the day or whatever,
right?
You don't play a wing game where you're crossing the ball into the box to the striker. It's always the wingers are always there to try and cut in and get a shot themselves and all that kind of stuff, aren't they? So I don't think you sort of play that game too. Alvarez, I can remember him when he was at Man City.
Right.
Decent player. He is a decent player, to be fair. But, what would happen to Gyökeres if you got Alvarez in?
Right. And unless Arteta's going to change up to a 4-4-1-1, right, with Alvarez behind Gyökeres, I think would work all day long.
Which he ain't changing nothing, is
he? He's not changing, right, because he's going to look at last season and think that last season everything he did worked. So why would I change it up for the new season, right?
Exactly.
Maybe some little tweaks here and there. But our problem is is the attack, right? Now that we've got Bruno Gomes, I think that solidifies the midfield more. But it's just sort of, we're still running the ball out of play. We still got Madueke that can't cross the ball. We've got, Saka who has a lot to prove this season because he had a terrible season with injuries and GA last season. So I'm with you, man. I just don't think that Alvarez is like a deal going to win us the league, right? And let's be honest, bro. He doesn't even want to come here.
No,
he's focused on Barcelona, just like we've been linked, I guess, today to Fernan Torres. He was already here, of course, at Man City. Why the fuck would he leave Barcelona? It's stupid to think that these guys are just going to leave these top teams. Yeah, maybe for more money, but at the end of the day, big whoop. Yay! So you're at Arsenal. So now you've got to deal with the English winter weather, which they absolutely hate. Right? They don't get Christmas breaks off. It's just
true, very true.
I don't see it including Vinicius Jr. to a point, the real drive to want to leave where they're at.
No,
right? Like Solis, I get you're leaving Club Brugge, right? I get that, but to think any of these, Spanish, South American players are just like, oh yeah, I'm going to leave what I've got. Maybe Atletico Madrid. Obviously, Alvarez wants out, but he obviously has even stated that he wants Barcelona.
Yeah.
Right. So
they just got what's his name, aren't they? QT Romero, or however you say his name. I don't know. He looks like QT. I don't know whether that's the case. It certainly don't look that way to me, face wise. But that's what they call him. I don't know. But big up Stephanie and Colin says didn't even put an offer on the table, so embarrassing. Mate, the weird thing is, right, is because I look at threads and stuff like that. I try to avoid a lot of it because to be honest, it's just Arsenal fans everywhere
Right.
just talking utter bollocks. I mean, I'm not being funny, but some of the stuff they come out with is insane. Like with
Mhm.
when I said the other day, what does Bruno Guimaraes bring to your club? You know, just asking generally, what do you think he brings to your club? It's like trying to test someone's ball knowledge, find out what they know and what they're
Right.
thinking about it. And he came out with this thing. He's good at vertical line breaking passes. Now, I
Vertical.
don't know about you,
What
mate,
does
but
that even mean?
is that not a through ball?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Vertical.
so
Vertical.
what's with these stupid things like who's talking about Nico Williams as well, and he's good at what is it separation? He's a separation specialist. What's that? Does that mean he's going to help the players out with their divorces and shit?
Right. If you wanted an old called Nico Williams. Um, I don't know what the Arsenal fan base and their use of the English language has to do with transfer windows. And it's like for 30 million, yeah, I would take a punt on Nico Williams.
Hmm?
I would for 40 million, I would take a punt on Barcola. Yes, of course, but I'm not spending 80 million for Barcola, bro, and I'm not
Mm,
spending. What do they want for Nico Williams? 75 or so in that region. It's
yeah,
just
I ain't
the
seen
prices
nothing
don't
in to
match
be
the
fair.
the talent.
Mm,
Especially this window. I mean, they're talking 120 for Barcola. Now it's down to like 60 or 70. So I'm confused as to who's really going to have an impact, right? I want an impact player. That's why I thought, and I was all in with the Vinicius thing. I thought, okay, again, 8 years at Madrid, he'd want a change of environment, change of scenery, something new, become the face of the club, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, and like Colin's saying, I don't think we even really put a contract in front of him. I think it was just
no,
our camp
no.
talking to his camp. And it's like, oh, we can do this, we can do that. And they're like, okay, we'll relate that back to him and let him think on that. And then he's like, personal terms agreed, meaning if Madrid don't really come in a better contract, I may join.
Well,
Right? That's
you was your
terms agreed.
second choice,
Yeah.
aren't you?
And I don't
And
want to be
why
that.
would you want to be second choice to anybody? I mean, that's
But
not
but
kind
we're
of the way you
second,
do
but it's a theme, right, bro? It's a theme. We're second choice to Alvarez. We're
it.
second choice to Barcola, who may be in a Liverpool shirt. We're second choice to Fernan Torres, who we've been linked to the last 48 hours, who probably has no reason to leave Barcelona,
Yeah,
right? There's like, if you're Fernan Torres, why would you be forcing an exit? You were already in fucking England for a City shirt, and who I think they won that season, if I'm not
mm,
mistaken. They won the league with him.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I just don't know where we get these, where we think we have the bollocks to get these top rated so forth players in. I'd rather have hardworking players. To be honest, Yeti, I really would go for Ndai from Everton.
Yeah,
That's the
no, I get that.
that's realistic.
Yeah, I get that one.
That's realistic, right? I think that as much people hate the word "prem proven," I think there is some validity to that, right? You're
Oh yeah,
playing well
definitely.
in the prem, right? So there is something to that.
Yeah.
I'd rather spend 50 mil on Ndai than 75 on Barcola, who'd be brand new to the league,
Mm.
right? At least Ndai knows how the league operates, knows the different teams, knows the right backs, knows the right mids who would be defending him. At least has some sort of concept of that. Yeah, he is crap, Pepsi. Is he crap though? I mean, that's the
I
thing.
don't really know that much about him, if I'm honest. I don't
He's
really watch him.
just because I think that I mean, there is. If you're still at PSG and you're in second line to Carvajal, does that make you crap? I mean, has he missed open goals, or not open goals necessarily, but has he missed chances? Yes, a lot of players miss chances. I don't know if he's crap, Pepsi, right? But I'm curious. Like here's the thing, Yeti. I want to give like 4 players a trial,
Mm.
right, for like 3 weeks, right, or the Emirates Cup, and then decide, right?
Yeah,
It's too bad you couldn't really do that in all sports, really. You couldn't really
yeah.
give these players like a trial and say like, okay, you are worth the 40 mil because you've won us the Emirates Cup in preseason,
That's
right?
the ideal thing, in it. But I mean,
Yeah, of
the thing is,
course.
teams don't really do
Martinelli's-
that much nowadays, do they? They don't like. I mean, I've always, if I'm playing like a management game or something, I wouldn't
Mhm.
buy a player straight off. I'd have them on loan if I can, and then if they work
Right.
out and they're good, then I'm going to sign them. That kind of thing. But that doesn't really happen that much nowadays, does it? With Premier League teams,
No,
they don't really
no,
do that kind of thing, which would make more sense to actually
right.
do that kind of thing. But I mean, what do you think about? Because Mudrik's come back now,
Oh,
and
fuck.
sorry, but
Oh God.
he's come back. So Arteta's a big fan, of course. Do you think it could
Well,
happen?
no, but I think that Chelsea would make a deal to get him out,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
I think I don't know if they're actively looking to sell him, but I mean, they are. Looks like they may be losing Neto to City,
mm,
um, but I think that's yeah. But so is Mudrik? Yeah, I don't know. No, I mean, that's like way down the list. In fact, if Barcola's crap, then Mudrik is the toilet that holds the crap. I guess is a way to put it. But see, again, I don't know. Like maybe he would be a world beater for us, right? Maybe
mm,
and that's why it's like Barcola. Yeah, he's not the ideal person, but it's like you really don't know until he puts on that red and white kit, really, and really gets some game time. You really just don't know. But then the other thought of me, Yeti, too, is like you can play Saka on the left and put Dowman on the right.
yeah,
I mean, we have other players there, and I think and Martinelli and Barcola are kind of the same level, but I think Martinelli's just kind of ran out of ideas, and that's why I think someone fresh in there would be good. And I want to see more of what this Solis guy will do, but I don't think he's a starter. I mean, he is now because we don't have many other options. But Martinelli was played out of position for forever. I mean,
yeah.
he had.
So shouldn't you have kept Trossard? I think you should have kept Trossard because, and the reason I say this is because he came up with some real clutch goals last
Yeah,
season
both
when you were
goals.
struggling to win a game.
Right. The one against West Ham.
Mm.
That won us the league, essentially. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think him and Arteta really got on, to be honest.
Yeah, it's
A
probably
lot.
something in that.
I think Trossard was sold a dream that really didn't come true because Martinelli was still starting games in front of him.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
he did score some very important goals for us and game-winning goals for sure.
Yeah.
But I think that, to be honest, I think we were really, I at least was kind of ready to move on from both of them. Even though I love Gabriel Martinelli, our top scorer in Champions League last season. People forget that, but in the Prem, he's just been a stinker, And I just think, again, he's ran out of ideas, running around with his head down with the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's probably lost a bit of pace. So,
He's got a bit more of an edge to him as well, hasn't he? A bit of a nasty sort of edge to him as well, which wasn't actually helping out with his
right.
scenario either. I did notice that was all of a sudden coming out of him, which I hadn't seen much of that. I mean, you can put that on the pitch and in the play, then obviously you want more of that. But Dowman should play more next season, absolutely. 1 goal in 20 games. Who's that got 1 goal in 20 games? Because I don't know if you're talking Trossard or
Martinelli, I think.
Is that Martinelli, was it? Yeah, that's not good enough, is it?
No. And yeah, he had a great run in the Champions League, but that amounted to fuck all at the end, right? We didn't win it, so it doesn't really matter how many goals he had. I'm just saying that he was our top scorer then. So he had a decent Champions League run, but 6 goals is still not enough. I just don't know, like, again, like who is out there that's even near Vinicius level between Kvaratskhelia. Now you could say like Rafinha, right? But again, another player that why would they leave Barca? If they're not forced out, they're not going to leave.
True.
And this is like, I think we really need to pay We really need to pay attention to to like someone like Ndai, right? I
I
really
do.
think,
I must admit, I do like Endai.
yeah.
I must admit, I do like Endai. I do like him a lot. I think he's a really, really good player. But he's got an offer from Al Hilal or whatever they're called
Mm,
in Saudi
he
Arabia, which
does,
is going to be big money as well. That's going to be big
right.
money. Let's face it. So you've got that in there as well. One goal in 20 games for Trossard. I mean, he
Mm.
didn't. He weren't on all the time, though, was it? Mind you, he did. He did get a
No,
few starts, though, didn't he?
he
I
went on a
think.
streak, a goalless streak for a while.
I remember. I remember. There was something from last season that I remember when he was actually. You were struggling to break through a defence or whatever like that, and you
Mm,
brought him on, and he got the goal that kicked it off to win the game or whatever.
right.
That's kind of what I remember of Trossard. But one goal in 20 games. I mean, that's shit,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Basically, I mean, you
That's terrible.
can't really argue
Yeah.
with that.
I I
Big
think the
up,
thing is,
Mr. Pipes. How you doing? I guess you are cheap bastards. Yeah, you better look getting better than Diamandi. I know, mate. Bro, I've only just found out about it. I've only just found out about it, and I think that's massive as well because I think with the three at the back that Glasgow likes to play, I think Diamandi would have been absolutely perfect with Milenkovic and
mm,
Murillo. That would have been a perfect back line, that would, with being able to create things and play ball forward and make vertical line breaking passes and all that
right.
kind of stuff. They were separation specialists, you know.
Diamande, is he a center back from Sporting?
Yeah, yeah. Very
Yeah.
good, really good player, actually. I
Yeah.
wanted him. I really did want. Is that it then, Pipes? Is that done? I mean, I know you don't know the manager
So
or anything.
he said no.
Apparently, it's broken down.
Oh shit.
That's what I've
Yeah.
just read on X anyway.
Mm.
And there's
Yeah. I
even
mean,
worse than that. Apparently, Chelsea are interested in Morgan Gibbs White, and apparently
oh,
Bayern
okay.
Munich are as well. Now, maybe he won't go to Chelsea, but Bayern Munich is a big, big deal, isn't it?
For Morgan Gibbs White,
Yeah, that's a big deal. Now, I've
that's a
only
huge
seen it
deal.
twice. I've only seen it on two posts. Now, I don't know whether they're kosher or whether they're made up rubbish or what. I'm hoping they are because
Mm,
we got rid of Anderson. We had no choice with Anderson. We had to get rid of him. We got the best money that we could for him.
right.
But Morgan Gibbs White, we can't be getting rid of Morgan Gibbs White. And Milenkovic is wanted by Juventus as
Mm.
well.
Oh, yeah, that might be tough to hold on to him.
Another one we can't get rid of, really.
Juve's looking. That's still kind of a. That's not a Real Madrid phone call, but that's still a pretty good phone call.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Of
that
course it
definitely
is.
will perk
But
his ears up. Yeah.
yeah, well, I
Yep.
mean, not just, I mean, on about Gibbs White, Bayern Munich. I mean, that's massive.
Oh, that's huge. I mean, I would he playing second fiddle to Musiala though?
Yeah, that's it. That's what I was thinking. I mean, I don't think he's going to want to go there and not be playing or anything like that.
Mm,
So that could be one thing. But they keep going on about the fact that he's changed his agent or something. No, I don't know if
mm,
that's what's happened. I would have had imagine it happened after the Spurs thing, the agent giving away the release clause to Spurs or whatever. I would imagine it happened then. I bet Marinakis fucking took him to the bridge and thrown him off or something. But you know, yeah, I don't know. But two and a half weeks. Was it 2.5 weeks till the season starts? It's not
yeah.
ideal, is it? Really? Leao is gone to. Has he gone to AC Milan? Has he?
Oh, he's at AC Milan.
Oh, he's at AC because apparently I saw that Leeds was interested in him.
He was offered to Leeds,
Was he?
which is kind of bizarre. Yeah, Leao's another one. It's kind of like there could be something there, but it's like I'd rather take him on trial and see before you
Hmm.
spend all this money on a player that's a bust. Um,
Yeah.
but again, it's kind of like it's hard to rate these players when they haven't played in your shirt, right? You don't know
That,
what
yeah,
Volkov
exactly.
really brings. You don't really know how
Yeah,
Leao's going to play with better players around him, and
that's
you know,
correct. Yeah,
I just
yeah,
but you can kind of say Barcola may not be the guy because he is essentially in the best squad in the world, right?
yeah,
In
yeah.
European football, and not being able to cut the mustard, but you're still playing behind one of the best.
That's probably
Right?
why Vinny wants to stay at Real Madrid as well, because I mean he has got absolute, a lot of absolute quality players around him as well, and
Right.
which makes a big difference to how he's going to perform. Pipe says he's staying because Forrest wanted a discount. He wanted a discount. Discounts are in Lidl. Yeah, that's shit. That's shit. And don't get many discounts in Waitrose. And the out is shit. He's more worried on modelling than playing football and singing rap. He's singing rap.
So Hector Bellerin too.
Oh, but is he doing rap as well? Is he?
I don't know if he's rapping, but it's just inserts old woman spitting. Yeah, I mean, it's just like
yeah.
I just don't. It's such a crapshoot, right? I mean, Solis, I can see. He goes to Club Bruges. He's a good player with them. He's had a good, I guess, a decent run for them in the Champions League and in the Belgian domestic league. But for 40 mil, maybe that's worth a punt. I mean, it obviously was.
I think so. Yeah.
It obviously was to the higher ups, but when it comes to that starting left wing position, like I don't think Solis is a starter just yet. It's just like,
I mean, not just like replacing Trossard for Trossard.
Crap, or they just won't leave. Like, why would they leave? Go ahead. What was that?
Isn't that just like replacing Trossard for Trossard if he's not going to be a starter?
Essentially, that's the way I view it, right? But then Martinelli, you're trying to really up the class from Martinelli, right? But again, it's players that would be, taking a gamble on, or they're just flat out going to tell you no because they don't want to leave where they're at, i.e. like Rafinha, right? Or Julian Alvarez, who definitely wants to leave Atletico Madrid and made that public, but then he's also made public that he wants to go to Barcelona.
Right. Yeah.
So I just, like, that's why.
Hey, are you going to get Rashford? Are you going to get Rashford?
I don't know, man. I mean, he had a decent season on loan at Barcelona. And Barcelona, I think, have a bid in for him.
Yeah.
So why would he choose Arsenal over Barcelona?
No, true. Which is why I said at the start of this that there's levels to it. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you've got to take that into account as well.
I think we're on the search to try and find this world-class player that's like the face of the club, right? And I think we made somewhat of an effort with Vinny, but that's going to be very, very difficult for us to pull off.
Yeah, Real Madrid have enough quality players to finish behind Barcelona and get quarterfinals of Champions League. I mean, if you look at their team, I mean, the midfield, I mean, that's just today's game because I think there's a friendly on today. Didn't recognise a lot of the midfield with what they had on today, but I suppose a lot of players are still missing from coming back from the World Cup and stuff. But it looks like a pretty decent team to me, especially with Jan Diamande, or whatever his name is, coming in as well.
Yeah, I mean, but that's $100 million player for a 19-year-old.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think we're going to test that.
You love that old woman spits emoji. He always used to use that on Discord whenever he said something he didn't like. One good season does not make him a strong player mentally. No, absolutely not. It's like Neymar and shit. Well, Neymar's done now, and he really. But I mean, he was an absolute class player. I got taught my lesson because I said to Marie that I've never really rated the guy. Just falls on the floor all the time. And then she sent me a video of everything he's done, and I was like, okay, then he's pretty fucking special. To be fair. I've never really took that much notice of him, to be fair.
Yeah, Neymar was definitely a talented player, but he did too much of an ego. I'm like calling. If we just end up with Rashford, I'm going to be fucking fuming, bro.
I can see it, bro. It's got that Sterling. You know when I said ages ago you're going to get Sterling. It's got that look to it, and it's going to be well. We've gone with Rashford because, we did try for Vinny, so we did try and get something for you guys, but so you know what I mean, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and this may sound crazy, but I would take Barcola and Leao over Rashford any day. right? Because I still think those players are talented, right? Like the talent's there, but it's just sort of like we've seen them not perform in games that either we've all watched in Serie A or or Champions League or whatever you want, and seen them not perform, so we think they're shit. But you got to remember, Barcola's Clairefontaine graduate, bro. Like one of the best schools of academies in world football.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
you don't just go through that and be a shit player,
He
right?
he wouldn't be at PSG, would he, if he was a shit player?
Right.
You
But
know?
I get it. Like I get what people say, oh, he's crap, because there's times where it's like he could be finishing off games and can't do it, or he can't get the ball, past the right back, or he just, he starts doing Martinelli things, which I agree with what I think Mr. Pipes said, or Colin, right? They start doing those similar things. You're like, well, what the fuck am I looking at now? I'm looking at just, Martinelli with darker skin and some braids,
Mm.
you know, I, and I get that, but I don't know, man. It's one of those. I'm really still disappointed. Excuse me. To be honest, that we didn't get the Morgan Rogers deal done.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I think that would have been a decent signing for us. Even
Mm.
though he plays out of position. Well, that left if the 4-2-3-1, he can move in centrally. He can rotate with the number 10 if it's Eze, because Odegaard doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, but. There's some mixed play in there and combination play that Morgan Rogers can do. And he's willing to take a shot outside the box, right? So maybe there's a shot, it's parried by the goalkeeper, Goikarez is there to finish. There's all these scenarios that were running through my head. And, I 80 million tops, I think I would have paid for him, but not 117 mil, right?
No.
I think Chelsea, got fleeced by Villa a bit. But at the end of the day, with this market,
It's a seller's market, isn't it, at the end of the
yeah,
day?
I mean, it's just I would hate to see Morgan Rogers come in there and knock us out of the FA Cup.
Mm. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is that I think he's a good player, and I thought that would have been a really solid signing along with Bruno Gomes, right?
Yeah.
4-2-3-1, Bruno on the left next to Rice, with Morgan on the left, Eze, and then Saka. I mean, that's a good attack.
Yeah.
And
Definitely.
again, the Prem proven thing as well. He's a kind of a purple patch player, but he's scored some very important goals as well.
Yeah.
Won a European trophy with Villa.
Brazil always has to have a star, even if it's shit. Well, I mean, he weren't shit though, was he? He weren't shit. Even though you're champions, I really don't like Arsenal's play style. I don't like Arteta monochordic football. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not much for the football. It's not very attacking minded. It's
Mm-mm.
based around set pieces and all that kind of stuff, which I don't think is a bad thing. If you can't beat a team or can't get past a team, and you can get you can get a corner, and you're good enough to actually score from those corners, it's still a goal.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
face it.
I'll be set piece FC ole ole forever.
Mm,
Right. It doesn't matter. I mean, if it's just another tool in your toolbox, right? I
yeah,
mean, just
yeah.
because we're good at it doesn't mean we shouldn't try to exploit it when we can. I I'm just kind of done already with this fucking window, bro. To be honest, I'm just ready for the
It's
season to
every
start. I just
time, isn't
want,
it?
yeah, I just like there's people I want to bring in, but then there's like people I don't. But then it's like the Barcola thing. Like I don't want him in, but at the same time, it's like, what do you? But what do I know? Like
Mm,
maybe he will be okay. Maybe if it's something different than Martinelli, if it's something
mm,
different than Trossard, even though Solis is Trossard's replacement, which I agree with. Maybe he will bring something different with the players that we have,
yeah, yeah.
right? And I don't think just because he was on the bench for PSG means he's bad. It just means Kvaratskhelia is better, you
Well,
know?
well, this is a very good point because at the end of the day, when you're coming on in place of Kvaratskhelia or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
that's a serious ball to hit.
Yeah,
That is a
yeah,
serious ball to
serious
hit.
for the hit.
I mean,
Right.
how
And
old is Barcola?
I think he's like 22.
That's what I mean. He's only really a young lad as well. I mean, he's got a long
Yeah,
way to go in that respect as well. So
right, right. And that's what makes the value of him higher, because You know, if they think if he's that young, he performs, he earns that wage, and it's worth that transfer fee.
Mm.
You know, but I just don't. I think now that we've missed out on Vinny, even though I don't know how close we even really were, that we've set our sights so high on something that we're kind of blinded to all these other options, right? And this is when Ndai comes into play. It's like, okay, well, you did really good.
Did Vinny actually ever mention Arsenal or say anything in reports about Arsenal or anything like that? So, I mean, that to me is a little bit weird. I mean, what was the pictures on Instagram that he deleted anyway? Because someone said he deleted all his pictures off Instagram.
Were pictures of him and his girlfriend.
Oh, right.
And some stuff at Madrid.
So why was that relevant towards whether he signed for Arsenal?
I don't think it is. I think it has absolutely
nothing.
Arsenal
fans were saying it.
Yeah, well, those fans are deluded and stupid.
They were saying that they've got every chance because he's deleted all his pictures off thingies. So I was like, well, what was his pictures? Was it him in a Real Madrid shirt or whatever?
Probably pictures of him with his teammates. I know there were pictures of there with his girlfriend. You know, I follow Vinny on Insta. I didn't even really notice, to be honest. You know, a lot of pictures of his new chin work and stuff. Maybe he took it off because of that. He didn't want older pictures before his chin operation. Who knows, bro? And that's why there's just so much PR social media bullshit wrapped up in this.
Yeah,
exactly. You know, I do think, though, that we contacted his camp and showed interest and definitely said we will give him 100% image rights and we'll roughly pay him this much salary a week, right? I don't think that was ever set in stone. But I don't think that we put in a formal offer to just, you know, really drive home the point that we wanted him. But I don't think he was using us for ransom either. You know, I don't think he was trying to blackmail Madrid to doing something.
I think it helps towards when they know that he can go somewhere else and he's got an offer somewhere else. Do you think it worked out better for him if there was more teams that was interested in him?
I know Saudi, I think, were in for him, and I think even City were in for a sniff.
Yeah.
But I still think we were probably ahead of that pack because of the image rights deal, because of the weekly wage we were willing to give and break our wage structure completely.
But you was giving everything, weren't you, really?
Yeah, for sure. But at the end of the day, if let's say we gave him $450 a week and we're paying Saka now $300, we're paying $750 a week for 2 players. Like that's just not our way.
Do you not think that might have really? I mean, in some ways, I don't think it's a bad thing, even though he's a quality player, because it could have really broken up what's been built already. Because he won't track back or anything like that, which fair enough. Certain players, I don't agree with it personally. I think you all track back. It's a team game. It's not just about you, even though you are a great player and all that kind of stuff. But there could also come up a point in the season where there's goals given away, and that's, I mean, because like I said to Marie the other day, right? If I'm playing against you and you've got Calafiori on the left and you've got Vin, yeah, I'm going for the left-hand side because I know Calafiori goes for a wonder, which means Gabriel's got to come over to the side and cover for Gabriel. So I'm overloading that left-hand side because Vinny ain't coming back to do anything.
Well, that's why you have Bruno Guimaraes.
Oh, yeah, but he needs to be more on the right, though, wouldn't he? Bruno Guimaraes.
No, he's on the left.
Is he on the left?
Yeah, well, good point. Then you got Declan Rice.
On the right-hand side when he's at
that's right. Yeah, the 4-2-3-1, he'd probably be on the right-hand side. Well, then you've got Declan Rice up there with the engine cleaning things up.
He can't do everything.
No, but he has been tasked to do everything quite a few times.
Yes.
Right? I mean, I see what you're saying. There's a hole there, right? Calafiori's inverted or whatever, and Vinny's too far up the pitch and won't come back. Maybe there's something there, but again, we're talking a world football, so to speak, almost icon.
Yeah.
Right? Where you adjust your game, and as Arteta, you adjust your tactics and game to suit him in a way that you kind of do for Saka as well, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Saka tracks back on occasion, but not all the
yeah,
time. You got to have someone in the hole as your outlet,
yeah,
right? You got to have someone as your outlet. So if Vinny moves, doesn't come all the way back and moves more centrally where he can receive the ball, or maybe his heels are on the touchline, I'll let Arteta work that out. But
mm,
if it causes like a rift, like with teammates and stuff, let's say he did join it was $450 a week, right? And everybody's like, God, fuck me, that's a lot of money. I've been with Arsenal. We've known in the past that wages has caused rifts in the dressing room,
yeah,
but I think when someone like Vinny Jr. walks in, it's kind of like as the other player, you're paying your respect to that guy. You
yeah, yeah,
understand why he's getting that much money, and that you sort of just say, well, at the end of the day, it's really about winning trophies and what my weekly rate weekly wage is. So that's where I think the acceptance of Vinny comes in,
yeah,
but it's not going to happen. 6 more years, 2032.
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
but
exactly.
also think about one more thing about Vinny though is that contract from Madrid before the renewal was given to him a long time ago, like months ago, and he's been sitting on it, right? And so
I've
the
got
whole
good news for you, Pepsi.
time is that he's been in negotiating with Madrid to get a better contract before we were even in the picture,
Yeah, yeah,
right? So it was really
yeah,
just a matter of Madrid waiting to see what happens, which they did, and they said, "Oh, well, we'll just up the offer that we gave you 6 months ago." Real
yeah,
easy peasy,
yeah,
So at the end of the day, I don't think it's like they didn't just put this new contract in front of them a week before we were interested. That contract has been sitting there
yeah, yeah,
waiting for its
yeah,
signature, right? That he
yeah.
just wasn't given because a lot of it had to do with the image rights and whatever stipulations he had. And then Arsenal got news of that and said, "Oh, here's what we sort of envisioned for you." And he said, "Okay, thank you very much." And and there was probably and again contact between the camps. And then Madrid said, "Oh, Arsenal are really serious, so we'll just up the contract more of what we already gave you." I don't think
Mm,
it's a fresh new contract, right?
yeah,
It's
yeah,
just it's
yeah,
just better terms. The contract's always been there.
yeah, yeah. Pepsi, you're saying if anyone at Arsenal even considers signing Mero from Spuds, needs sacking. He's already gone, bro. He's gone to Atletico Madrid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently. Well, I saw on Instagram that he's deal done. It said. I mean, it wasn't fab though. It wasn't fab, but it
Mm.
says deal done. Romero's signed for Atletico Madrid. So as
Good.
far as I know, that's done. I don't think he was the answer, to be honest with
Oh, fuck no. I don't want him at all.
you. No, no.
He is not Saul Campbell. Right. No. I don't know who's making up these rumors like the
I
Christian Romero.
rate him.
You rate Romero?
No, I don't. I
Oh, I
don't
don't
rate
either.
him.
No,
He's a
he's
bloody
a
nutter.
regular penalty merchant.
Exactly. He's a bloody nutter.
No, I don't want him at all. I can't stand that guy.
No, no, absolutely not. But yeah, according to what I read on Instagram, but like I say, I haven't seen it from Fabrizio yet. But I mean, I
Right.
think he's been quiet because Red Star Belgrade have
Mm-hmm.
actually turned around and said as soon as the Yan Diamandi thing's done, they've put, "Here we go." Actually, so
Oh,
they've like had a dig at him as
RB
well for
Leipzig.
doing
Yeah.
like, and here we go too soon.
100 million for Jan Diamande. My God.
Again, he's another player that I mean, he was in the World Cup, but I didn't really sort of notice him all that much, if I'm quite
Yeah. Was he with Senegal or Ivory Coast?
honest with you. But I mean, wasn't really taking that. No, it was Ivory
Senegal.
Coast, wasn't it?
Ivory Coast. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Ivory Coast, and yeah, I didn't really notice him that much. Same as that Bouadi for Turkey, I didn't really notice
Mm.
that much of him either. But he's apparently going to City, and Enzo Fernandez could be going to City as well.
And they have have your guy Anderson. Oh my God.
You know what? Anderson's quality, mate.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know about this Buwadi guy. Maybe he'll come
I
on.
didn't see much from him. To be fair, I didn't see much of him.
He had a decent World Cup. I think he had a decent World Cup for Morocco. I know we were linked to him. I mean, we'll have some
Oh, that'd be
more.
why I didn't see him then, because I've just said I didn't notice him in Turkey.
Oh
so,
yeah, no.
so if he's in Morocco, then
That's
that's
why you
why I
didn't
didn't
notice
see
him
him.
in Turkey. No, he was playing for Morocco, mate. But
Oh right.
no, he was a player. I was again like I know we were had early links to him during the World Cup, and I was like, yeah, okay. Like, but we got Bruno Gomes instead, who was levels.
Who you guys got first in the league?
Coventry.
That's not a bad one, is it, for your
No, I
first
think we
game?
play
But
on the
they should
Friday.
be up
Actually,
for it.
I
Yeah,
think
is
we're
that
the Friday night
Emirates?
game. Yeah,
Is that Emirates? Yeah.
yeah. So we should smash them
Interesting.
4-0.
Mm.
If we draw them 1-1, I'm
Very
going to
confident.
myself.
Very confident.
Yeah, I'm confident against Coventry. But if we draw them, bro, I am going to shit myself.
Mm. Yeah, it could. Hey, look, it could be another Sunderland. I mean, look,
Oh God,
everybody talks about who gets manager of the season last season, and that Sunderland manager's in there.
Labrie.
Yeah, he didn't
Yeah,
only get to keep them in the Premier League, he kept them in a very respectable position and got them in Europe
yeah,
as well. I mean, that was
yeah.
phenomenal,
They
to be
made top
fair.
8
Yeah.
with the seventh, eighth place,
Mm.
sixth place.
I mean, there was only one team that really broke their spirit, wasn't there? And that was, who was that? It was,
Forest.
team. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. It's
You
Forest.
did 3-0, didn't you?
Five.
5.
Mm.
Oh
5-1.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
think it was 5-1.
yeah. You guys absolutely thrashed them.
We
That's
just
right.
absolutely broke their spirit. It was towards the end anyway, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, there was a good side last season.
That's yeah.
Who do you think
Oh,
will stay up, if anybody?
who's gonna stay? Who's gonna stay up?
Out of the bottoms, out of the ones that
Oh,
come.
um. Guys, so it's Ipswich, Hull, and Coventry, right?
Mm,
Um. I don't really watch the EFL that much, so that's kind of hard for me to
no.
say that they were that who was really good. But Coventry had the pretty much the lead all season, right? Weren't they on top most of the season in the
Coventry's
EFL?
always been there or thereabouts, so
Okay.
I've got a good feeling about Coventry.
Yeah, I think out of the 3, Coventry would be my pick. I think Hull are done. I think Hull could do a Wolves, what Wolves did last season. I I don't know, but if you're talking about like relegation, I've got 2 other teams that you can throw in there. That's Crystal Palace and Newcastle.
Possible.
Yeah, I
Newcastle, I mean, what's happened to Newcastle is
decimated.
ridiculous, isn't it?
Richest club in the Prem and can't fucking keep players.
It's
Like it's
ridiculous.
bizarre. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Scary for them, mate. Scary for
Yeah.
them. Pepsi says teams that get promoted usually play well in their first game. Won't be 4-0. Now, I don't think it'd be 4-0. I think they'll go low block massively, and it just comes down to whether you can break them down, or if it'll come down to like some set pieces that you might be able to
Pepsi,
get or
you don't
something.
think we could beat Coventry 4-0 at home?
I think
Really?
that's really underestimating that.
Really?
They could
2 goals in the
really
first half,
shock.
2 goals in the second half?
They could really come up and shock you, man. You
Come
never
on.
know. You
Come
never
on.
underestimate anybody, mate.
No, I know. And Fat Frank may have some tricks up his sleeve, but no, bro. I'm going 4-0. If it's
Hey,
3-0,
mate,
I'll be happy.
I appreciate your confidence, but we'll have to wait and see, won't we? And Yeti, how much was Arsenal willing to pay Vinny? I think £4.50 a week. I think was it £4.50 a week?
Yeah, I think the transfer fee was around
That's not
130
even
to
minimum wage.
40, and it's like, yeah, only close to £5 a week. No, I think it was around 450 grand a week, Pipes.
450 grand a week, mate.
Could you
450 grand a
imagine
week.
that fucking? You know how much Saudi we're offering him?
How much?
16 mil a week.
What? Oh my days.
16 mil a week in
Wow.
Saudi wages.
That
is what
is
I
insane.
read. I don't know how true it is, but that's what I read. Yeah, it's insane. Insane amount of money. That's more than
That is
Ronaldo gets.
insane.
Yeah. They were willing to pay like way, way, way over the odds for Vinny Jr.
That is absolutely crazy. That was. How many doctors can you hire for the NHS for that value? £4.50 a week, probably not many because it's less than minimum wage. But yeah, a lot, mate, a lot. But we all know the way football works. Infantado, or whatever his name is, everybody's like voted him to stay in, which to me is absolutely insane. But obviously they're corrupt, as what he is. You
Mm.
know, ridiculous. That whole situation in the World Cup was ridiculous.
Oh yeah, such bullshit.
It ruined it. It ruined it. It really did
Mm.
ruin it towards the end. Regardless whether England went out or not, I thought we did well, to be fair. But
Yeah, I did too.
regardless whether we went out or not, it just ruined it from the Balogun thing. It just ruined it completely. It shouldn't
Agreed.
go that way.
Agreed. I totally agree.
Just
I
killed it
totally agree.
completely.
Yeah, it just changing the rules up.
Yes, you can't be
Bullshit.
doing things like that. If we played them from game week 3, then yeah, 4-0. But they and other two promoted teams will have confidence and energy at early stage. Yeah, but the thing is, your team, the way it is at the minute, you don't really score lots of goals, do you?
We beat Girona 4-1.
Oh yeah, that's a friendly. But I mean, I'm talking like last season. Did you have like any real batterings last
Yeah,
season?
we battered Aston Villa 4-1.
Yeah, you did actually.
We
Yeah.
beat Spurs 4-1. We beat I think we beat Palace 3-0.
Didn't you beat us? Was it 5?
That was the season before last.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the season before.
No, last season you drew with us towards the back half of the season, and we needed those points really bad.
Oh well, we tried to make a real difference to the
Yeah, it was very
top of the
difficult.
league because we got a draw
Um,
against City as well, didn't
yeah, no, I expect a similar season where we're winning, with a Gabriel header to win 2-1 like we did at Newcastle,
we?
right? I mean, those games are going to happen.
What do you think about like the start of your season? Because I mean, you're saying 4-0, but Saliba's not going to be there.
Okay,
Rice is possibly going to be there.
he'll
Saka
be there.
is another doubt as well.
Yeah, I think he'll be there. I think that if we start, if I think Rice, I think those players will be there. So we've got some time to do whatever rehabilitation they have. We'll put out our best 11.
Timber injured as well.
I think so. I think he's on the
Mm.
come up though. I think he's like on the tail end of it. If we have our best 11 out there, I'm not absolutely certain it's going to be 4-0. Don't get me wrong, but I
You've
could see
said it now, bro.
if
It's out there now, bro. It's a
no, for sure. If the promoted teams have energy, is that saying that we won't? I mean, if we play our game on the day, we will beat Coventry 4-0. If things go,
It's a short
it can
now.
happen. It can happen. Not
I
saying
can
it
see.
will.
I can see it now. I can see it now. It'd be Arsenal 0, Coventry 4, and then everyone would be going, "Dow, mate, you got your score the wrong way round."
Yeah, I got the score the other way around. Yeah, we actually lost 4-0. No, but I mean, the time when we signed Nasri the first season, I think we beat Everton 6-1 or something like that. I mean, that was centuries ago now. But no, man, I just think that that if these promoted teams, Pepsi, have this energy, right? Is that to say that we won't? I mean, are we not going to match that energy?
I think you might. I think you might take it a little bit light, personally.
A little bit light.
Yeah, I
Well,
think you are
I
a
hope we
team
come
of
out and make a statement.
underestimation.
I hope we come out and make a statement.
That's what you should do.
Well, yeah, that's what I expect us to do,
Mm-hmm.
right? But if Arteta lets us do that, right? Because you and I have been on this show many times, bro, where we've said Arteta is the barrier to this team.
Yeah.
No one holding us back but the fucking manager,
Yeah.
right? So, if we're able to match whatever energy level Coventry City brings, I think we'll be okay. And that's why I said I don't think we're going to beat them 4-0, 4 goals in the first half, but it's feasible to score 2 in the first and 2 in the second. Just shut them down.
It's definitely feasible. It's definitely
Yeah.
feasible. Well, normally you tend to score on about what I noticed last season. It's normally about around the 20th minute of the first
Yeah,
half.
it takes about 15 minutes to break them down and then find an opening.
That's where you've got to be careful with.
Right. If it's 2-0 at half, bro, I would put a 5 on us for 4-0 for sure.
If you score early, it's a tough day for anybody, really. Always is. I mean, that game that you was on about with us at the City Ground. I mean, let's not. I mean, look, I thought we played really well in that game.
You did,
but you had some absolute chances that you missed.
Right,
Martinelli. I mean, what? I mean, how do you not score that? I mean, I'm glad you didn't. And then you've got the Saka header. I mean, why the fuck we let fucking hobbits try and get headers on us? I have no idea. Because Zubamendi got one as well, didn't he?
He did, and he did score a goal the first half of the season. Right when he came with that screamer in the top bins.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No, but you had what 4 different managers that season?
Oh, mate, yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, that Zubamendi goal came when Ange, I think, was there.
Well, yeah.
Right, he was there for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. No, and then you brought in the guy from Wolves that totally changed things around, which was really surprising because you were definitely fighting relegation there for quite a while.
Oh, 100%.
Well, even you were till the end, to be honest.
Gibbs White stepped up. The rest of the team was there, but Gibbs White just stepped up with those goals.
Igor Jesus, I thought, had a decent season.
Oh, brilliant. I think he's going to be really good next season.
I hope so. I really, I like watching your games because I think the football has always been there, but there's just been times where it's like if Elliot Anderson wasn't doing Elliot Anderson things, you were kind of just getting run through a bit, and that just kind of happens. But with us, I think it's going to be really hard to retain this title, bro. Really hard.
Yeah, I think so.
I still think there's a lot of business to do left in the window. I heard City are working on 3 big transfers, including Enzo Fernandez.
Yeah.
They'll probably get rid of Reindeers, which I wouldn't mind taking at Arsenal, but at the same time, it's kind of like I don't know what he really brings.
Well, we're after him.
Oh, you're after him. That's right. You're after him
Villa,
too. So
Villa are after him now as well.
I think I think if Reinders came before us, I think that would be a decent buy for you guys. And I think I would too, but I think then we'd be too much of a clog in midfield, right? Let's say if we bring in Winders, where does that leave Waneri, Zubamendi, Moreno, right? I think we've already got some issues like that with Gomeres, and I just read before I hopped on your show that Zubamendi's contacted his agents to reignite interest from Madrid and Barcelona.
Moreno needs to be careful because he's becoming one of those players that you want to bring on in the last 10 minutes.
Zubamendi?
No, Moreno. Like you look at Spain in the World Cup,
right?
And bring him on for like the last 10 minutes, and as Lee called him, a clutch player. And he tends to come on and he tends to get a goal, and he did that quite a few times for you guys as well. So he's becoming one of those players who won't get 90 minutes, but he'll get like the last 10 or whatever. Let me just cover some of this chat, mate. That was Friday too. Good job it's not covered. Oh no, I read that one. And 2-1 Arsenal, my prediction, 93-minute winner. Yeah,
take it.
Absolutely. I think that makes a bit more sense, to be honest. Not saying that you don't make sense, but that does. Why have you sacked your coach again? Mate, bro, let's put it down to this, right? If Glasner doesn't work in the first 5-10 games, we'll be doing the same thing again.
Oh, I forgot. You got Glasner in. That's right.
That's the worst thing.
I've forgotten about that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the guy. The worst thing.
Who was your manager? Perota?
Not Pellegrini.
Who's the guy? Pirto.
I don't know. I can't remember.
The Wolves guy. We'll just call him the Wolves
The
guy.
Wolves
The
guy.
Wolves guy. I had forgotten. That's right. He left right at the end of the season.
Wait, sacked.
Oh, he got sacked.
Yeah, got sacked by Texas.
Jesus,
You know what?
Your owner's a fucking nutter, bro.
I loved the way he had us playing as well.
Marinakis.
It was so exciting. He had two strikers on the pitch. It was so. That's it, Pereira. It was so. He had us playing such exciting stuff. But at the same point, Glasner is next level. For me,
is he though?
He's next level. Well, we hope he's next level. He's going to have to be next level. Otherwise,
it fell apart at Palace. Let's be honest. It fell apart last season at Palace.
It did, but he wasn't. But the thing is, he wasn't. Was he bothered though? Because he already knew he was going. The fans had turned against him, which they should have done because of what he said at the end of the day.
But this was a guy that was linked to Liverpool, Arsenal, and Man United.
That's what I mean. This is why I'm saying that he is a top manager, and that's why he's being paid.
Keep your fingers crossed.
Oh, mate, my fingers are always crossed. You know?
And your toes?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we have to see kind of how it goes. I like what I've seen in the pre-season, but it is only pre-season, you know.
Right.
Against Sporting Lisbon, we got schooled, basically. In the first half, I think we was really good. We kept up with them. We was playing some nice interpassing play and things like that. But in the second half, we just got absolutely schooled. I don't know whether we ran out of gas or what, but I'll never take away from a team that all of a sudden gets onto you like that. And they've got some really, really good players, actually. Really
Sporting are no mugs. No, for sure. Who do you want in to replace Anderson? Because you've got some money to play with now.
Well, we've got Schlager. Schlager's come in, who I remember from the World Cup, playing for Austria, and his name I did remember his name quite a bit. So he did actually make a difference to the way I think of a player and things like that. So we've got him. I'll be honest, I think Dominguez can step up. Okay. I really do like Dominguez, and he can add to goals as well. Sangari's staying until 2029, which is absolutely massive because he's just got better and better since we've signed him. I wouldn't mind seeing that Bergvall come in, but I think that one's kind of gone dead now because I haven't heard anything from it before. And the reason I'd like Bergvall is because of his age and the fact that he wants to play. So to me, it's like another Anderson. He wants to play. He's got that tenacity about him. You know, Anderson was different class, but I think if you can give the players that much time and space, that much time to actually play and have game time, that's where they develop. They don't develop getting 10 minutes every game.
No, 100%.
Being on the pitch.
I agree, and that's funny. I was sitting here with my little man. That's where his all the coaching development doesn't matter, but he's got to get more game time.
Of course, you have.
Because what's the development for if you're not being able to execute that in games, right?
Exactly.
No, I just think that if you've got essentially 120 mil to play with, but it's kind of like, I think this may sound crazy, but because we just brought Bruno Gomes in and linked to Vinny Jr., but we're in that similar boat as you. What players do really want to go to Forest? What real players even want to go to Arsenal? I think there's a few, right? There's a few out there.
We're not in that bracket yet. That's why we're getting players.
Are we? But I mean,
this is what I said to you from the start.
Yeah.
There's levels to it.
Right, but I question that we are sometimes. I mean, besides Bruno Gomes, right? Solis could have, for Christoph Solis, that would have been a good Forest signing. Like that would make sense, right? Oh, guy that played at Norwich, big deal, does very well at Club Brugge, the Belgian league.
I guess they don't vibes.
but then Forrest make a good, let's say 30, 35 mil for this, rated winger. He's not the bee's knees, but he's rated pretty well in Europe. And Forrest make a big play for 35 mil. That makes sense to me, right?
Yeah.
That would make sense to me. And I guess it makes sense that we bought him, but it's like we got someone who on the cheap just to replace Trossard. Right, like if Trossard wasn't leaving, we wouldn't even be. I mean, would we even be linked to Solis at all? Well, if you guys put in a good 35, 40 million bid from the Anderson money, that deal makes sense, and that's why I say sometimes, yeah, we're Arsenal, and I believe, I love the shirt. Been following the club nearly 30 years now, but we're still having difficulty getting those big names in. Bar the Bruno Gomes, right? Saka, Hale End. Miles Skelly, Hale End. Max Dowman, Hale End, right? So we're still relying on some of the, so to speak, club homegrown talent. I just think that if you get 120 mil, you need to go find your 70 million, $80 million player, bro. But that player needs to be convinced to join Forest itself and be part of this project, right?
Yeah.
Would you guys why not make a big play for Adam Wharton? Reunite him with Glasner.
Oh, I wouldn't be against the Adam Wharton thing. I know I'm a good friend of Jack's, and I know he wouldn't like that and all that, but it's the game, it's football. But yeah, Adam Wharton's class. He's quality. But I mean, the thing is, I've just read that if Chelsea do get rid of Enzo Fernandez, they will be in for Adam Wharton. So I mean, and I think Adam Wharton is absolute class. Absolute class. He'd be perfect. He'd be a perfect fit for
replacement
of Anderson.
Exactly, and those are the kind of moves if I'm Marinakis whatever, and I've got 120 million to spend, and Glasner Wharton makes sense, right? Very similar player to Anderson. Those are the players I think that you need to fill in spots, because Gibbs White is very good, Igor's good. You got who's your winger?
Callum Hudson-Odoi.
Callum Hudson-Odoi is decent.
I mean, probably and Doy. I think we need to boost up on the wings personally. And
Larry at Forest would be a great loan signing. Maybe go in for Wanyeri.
Oh, mate, I'd love it. Right? I've just said to you, anybody that's not getting the game time at their clubs, I will take. Because I think if you get players like that, like Ilanga, they come in and they're like, I really got to make an impression here because this is my second club. And Ilanga made an impression and moved to Newcastle. Anderson came in from Newcastle, who should have been playing him, let's face it, and wasn't. So we got the benefits of that. And I think we are a good club to be able to come into as a young lad and want to be on the pitch, because we can give you that game time and you can show what you're absolutely capable of and show what you owe, what you offer to the world of football. Stephanie says Glasner collects trophies for fun. Should moved by Marinakis. Oh, absolutely. Victor Pereira is a very good coach. Even Nuno Espirito Santo was better than this one. I like Victor Pereira, don't get me wrong. I like what he was doing with the team. I liked everything about it. But, guys, as I've said before, I'm a Forest fan. I don't have Marianakis on speed dial. If I did, I wouldn't ring him and say, "Oh, you better not do this," because then I'd end up killed and under a fucking bridge foundation somewhere. So it's one of them, and they do what they do, and you just have to go with it. But I do like Glasner at the end of the day, and I did say Glasner or Areola, basically. They was the two that I would have wanted to come in.
I think Forest got something here.
Forest need to spend a huge chunk of Anderson. Yeah, whatever. Fuck off, bro. Mate, it ain't happening, mate. I tell you what, this is what, right? I'm going to say this, right? And I'm right on this.
All right, you're giving it the big uns.
Do you know what? You nearly got Vinny, but then he saw Madueke and he went,
fuck
in there. I ain't playing him. No way. That's what did it, mate. Madueke and Odegaard. Trust me. Trust me, you
Well,
heard it here first. That's why he didn't want to sign. And in the next few weeks, he'll come out in an interview and they'll go, Why did you not sign for Arsenal though? Oh well, got Madueke and Odegaard trying to
you
pass me the
expect me
ball.
to play? Yeah, Odegaard,
Hey,
I
I'll
can
give him that.
understand. Oh, about Madueke. He doesn't even know who Madueke is, but Odegaard, I understand for sure. He never passed the ball on the left. He always passed it to the right. Oh, fuck that Odegaard guy.
Is the only other reason why he didn't sign for Arsenal? Yeah, I like to stay on my feet when I'm dribbling with the ball. I don't like to throw myself to the floor all the time. It's just not my
I
kind of
don't. I don't play for corner kicks.
thing. 1 year at Forest, yeah, mate. I'd love
That
one
would be a
year.
good signing.
Yeah, I like one
'Cause
year. I like him.
Jack's ears must have been ringing. We were talking about Adam Wharton to Forest.
Yeah, big up, Jack. How you doing, bro? Yeah, Jack won't like that at all.
No, but I mean, but that's the like for like. You got the money like for like, right? And
Oh,
it's
100%.
obviously Glasner's his previous manager, but yeah, I mean, you
I
bring in
actually think
reindeers.
Wharton can be better. Wharton will be better than
Mm,
Anderson, personally. I think
really?
Anderson now is made to step up to Man City. One thing I've noticed about Anderson, like when he was in the World
Here's
Cup,
pipes.
when he was playing for us, cheers, Pipes, mate. Cheers for coming in, bro. And when he was in the World Cup, he was doing a lot of through balls and stuff like that. Now, when he was playing for us, I didn't see as much as that apart from him because he was trying to contain the midfield and keep hold of the midfield.
Mm,
Wharton can always pick a pass, even if he's trying to make tackles or whatever. He's
right.
an absolute perfect midfielder. I think he's a quality star for the future. Absolutely.
I just that this would boggles my mind. I don't know why you guys aren't going for him right now.
Well,
Like,
Odo, let me just
like
Odo. Um, Mary Nickers, can you sign Wharton from Palace?
said in the text.
Yeah, he
Jack's got a point.
sent me a text back. If you try and tell me what to do again,
Mm.
I will put your legs and your arms on the outside of your house. There you go. I'm going to do that again.
That's the Greek mafia, bro.
Oh, mate, he'll be dropping plates. And I'm heading out now. Yeah, big up Pipes. Thanks for coming in, bro. And we've already sold Lacroix. No chance Wharton goes. We ain't going to want to throw the new manager under the bus already. I understand where you're
Who's
coming
Palace's
from.
new
I
manager?
understand where you're coming from.
Who's Palace's new manager?
What's his name? Sarge? Not Sarge. What's his name, Jack? Your new manager? I can't remember his name. I saw it the other day.
It's in Tenerife. Man's on holiday. Don't do that, Jack.
That's another good point as well from Jack.
Mm.
Wharton will want to play Europa League to put himself on the Champions League stage. Yeah, that is spot on. Yeah, that's another thing as well. Another thing.
Pierre
that I'll
Sage
take
got him
into
from
account.
Lens.
That's it,
right.
Pierre Sage. Anyway, I'm in Tenerife. I ain't fucking hearing about any more of our players leaving, or I'll chuck myself off and take some balcony.
Don't do that, bro.
Yeah, we don't want that,
Play
mate.
football.
We definitely don't want that. And Pierre Sard's going from RC Lens. Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, right, I think what Jack has to worry about more than us going for Wharton because of the Europe thing and all this, that, it would probably be Chelsea. Because Chelsea are interested in him, apparently.
I think that's if Enzo Fernandez leaves, which it sounds like there's a pretty good chance he will, that they'll definitely make a play for Wharton. Yeah, Newcastle and Palace, I think, are going to find themselves in some sticky situations this season, unfortunately. Right? I think it's just a lot of big players leaving. Probably end up playing the and Adam Wharton gone. He's in the pool and Adam Wharton gets sold.
That's hilarious.
No, I think Newcastle and Palace will find it to be kind of a sticky situation this season, unfortunately, coming up. And if we have any bollocks at all on us and get die from Everton, I think Everton could have a rough season as well.
Yeah,
some of the mainstays I think will I mean, some of the mainstays in the league, even though Newcastle was relegated a few years ago, will have it difficult because their best players are all leaving. I mean, Newcastle absolutely fucking decimated, bro. I mean,
They have ripped
absolutely
his team to pieces, haven't they?
From Isak all the way down.
I don't blame him for going, because when you build a team
Liverpool
like
calls, that's a different phone call, right?
man, that is insane. Isn't it? I mean, when you build a team like that and you do what you do, beat PSG, remember?
Yeah.
4 was it? 4 something in the
I
Champions League? So it's 4-1 or something. With that team, because he built a really good team there, and Joe Linton wants to leave now as well. So I don't blame Eddie Howe for just going. Look, these new guys that they brought in. Let's face it, they could hit the ground running. None of us know that. This new manager could hit the ground running. You know, it does happen.
Yeah.
It does happen.
He won the Saudi League, 2 years in a row?
I mean, it's only the Saudi League, but, you know,
Winning's
you
winning.
never know. Winning is winning. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And Pierre Sarge won RC Lens their first silverware and finished 6 points on PSG. Even Enrique said Sarge and Lens were us. Nice, mate. I hope you are gonna have like a good season. I think there's too many teams in the league that's gonna struggle, like Hull, but then again I could be wrong about that. Ipswich have been in the Premier League before. So
I think Hull are the new Wolves in Derby County. There's just
they better get more than 11 points.
Right, but I think out of, like you said earlier, out of the 3, I think Coventry stand the best chance, but Ipswich may have something too, especially if they get Liam Gillette back, because we know what a world beater he is.
I'll be back in a sec, mate. I just need to go to the loo.
All right. I'll run the show for a minute. How embarrassing. We beat Fulham 2-1. Okay. Munoz is a good player. Mateta we're missing, but I do rate Pino Munoz. Oh, wait, no, Jeremy Pino and Munoz. Gotcha. Munoz is a decent player. Jeremy Pino is good, too. Pino got some World Cup time, didn't he, for Spain? Was he for Spain? Jeremy Pino for Spain? I thought he was okay in the World Cup as well. But the Newcastle thing, man, I think they're done. I put them in for relegation. Yeah, you did tell me that about the World Cup. Yeah, I have a newfound respect, though, for Jude Bellingham. That's for sure. I thought he had an incredible World Cup. Wow. And I've always heard him, kind of get slagged off a bit. But I thought he was phenomenal in the World Cup. Wow. Incredible. I think it's doomsday, though, for I think Ipswich and Hull are going to go down, but that third one's kind of tricky because I think there's Sunderland, there's Newcastle, or maybe even Everton to a point. Let's see, Leeds. Yeah, he came on in a couple of games. That's right. I just think there's some bottom half teams that are going to struggle. Fulham picked up. Didn't they buy that young striker from Madrid or got him on loan? Gonzalo or something like that. So Fulham might be kind of hit or miss as well. Who do you have winning the league, Jack? Do you think it's us? Think it's Arsenal? I'm not so sure. Even with the Bruno signing. I still think it's Man City's, even without the Pep Guardiola factor. Wonder what Liverpool are going to look like. They totally fucked off the club. Totally. I didn't ever even really rated Eddie Howe as that great of a manager. I think he had his moments. I mean, they beat PSG. They played well. It was against Barcelona in the first leg. and then got absolutely destroyed at Barcelona. But I'm not sure Newcastle have got the right players, and I don't know if Voltomeda can lead them to anything. And Alonga, it's pretty hit or miss. No Anthony Gordon, so they don't really have any speed on the left side. But they could throw in Murphy. It's looking really grim for them. Midfielder Joelinton who wants to leave. Joe Willock is not good. God, their back line is kind of mid.
I'm on the opposite side.
Yeah, you can flip us around if you want.
I have no idea how to do that. Is it like that? Yeah,
There
you go.
Hey.
Learn
But
something new.
yeah, but I got about 15 more minutes, Yeti, then I got to run. But I think Jack was right here. Newcastle are just in the shit. They work on all these players to build them up, and then they just say, "See ya."
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? It's mad.
Yeah, it really is. But it's like again, at Newcastle, what can they really attract? Like what top European talent's going to be like? Oh yeah, I want to be a Magpie.
Yeah,
see it. I just don't see it. They're going
to
be looking.
It's crazy the way that they built that side, and then they've just sort of like let it go. I mean, and you have to sort of look at. I mean, how can they still be in like PSR and stuff like that? Because they've been doing the right things and all those kind of stuff. So I don't understand that. I mean, is it another one of those scenarios where like when we got Fawaz Asawi, and he didn't really have the money to carry it through or anything like that. It was all a load of bollocks basically, which I called out straight away. But like when we had him, yeah, I wonder if it's the same thing with this Newcastle owner.
Well, I think I think if you're at Newcastle, you just don't see the light at the end of the tunnel.
No.
Right? There's just no, like, what are we really playing for now? Like, I mean, even though they won a trophy last season or season before last, season before last, and that was great and all, but it's like, I don't think they're that big of a. I mean, I think they're a big club, but they're not like a global brand.
No.
They're just kind of drifting along.
Yeah.
And last season was a letdown. They thought they had a good replacement for Isak, and Voltomeda just ain't it. He scored a few decent goals. I never thought Anthony Gordon was that good. I don't know what Barcelona are thinking about.
Well, even Alanga was a flop.
Yeah, I mean, I just like there's going to be a full team with a bunch of Dutch second division players. Or just random players from teams like Club Brugge or, Olympiacos, right? Just some kind of like no-name players from these other like low leagues.
It's crazy. I mean, like to me, it's like someone like Guimaraes with the situation that they're in at the minute. Someone like Guimaraes, if like Anderson's going for 100 and fucking Morgan Rogers is going for 100, you would have thought that Guimaraes would have as well. And the fact that you got him for 75 million with no add-ons, that's mad dealing, that is, mate.
The Arsenal pull. Well, that's why we're always looking for a deal, right? I mean, but remember, we started out at like 50 million. It took us a month to get to this 75 million.
That is true, and you could have got gazumped on that. I mean, if you're going to be a championship, if you're going to be this championship side, you need to start acting like it.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. Like, we were led to believe the Vinicius deal would be so changing, right? Because it would really put a statement to the rest of the football world that, Arsenal can spend the big money. Arsenal are willing to break a wage structure, and they're willing to get essentially like, an up-and-coming football icon. I don't think he's quite there yet. Right? Icons is a big word, right? Messi, Ronaldo type shit. But Vinny Jr. is propelled to that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He's definitely on that track.
Right. and for us to get him and for him to want a new environment after 8 years at Madrid, it all kind of would have made some sense. But I just don't think that, like, to reiterate what we talked about before, I just don't think we put in an official bid. I think it was all us talking to his camp and him saying, yes, okay, I like what they're offering. Oh, he's agreed personal terms. No. He just likes.
I don't buy it. I don't buy any of it, to be quite honest with you. I just, when you just know, when your head just tells you something,
Right.
I just don't buy any of it. I think it's another one of them. Well, we're going to get this player, but you can't be bad on us because we didn't get this player, but we tried to get that player. It's got all those hallmarks and all that stink of like pretending to sort of do something to appease fans. Yeah,
right.
To appease fans. That's what it comes across to me. I'm not saying that's right, but I'm just saying that's how it comes across.
It's a fugazi. It's fugazi. It's angel dust. It's pixie dust. It doesn't exist. Well,
so they can turn around and say, well, we're buying this player, but guys, we did everything for you guys to try and get Vinny Jr. and and let's face it, none of us know whether that actually happened or not. Vinny never mentioned Arsenal. Vinny never said anything about Arsenal. So we don't know whether it's right or whether it's wrong, really.
And agreeing in personal terms could be like, yes, okay, I see what you're sort of offering, but until it's concrete on an official piece of paper or a PDF that I can DocuSign, right? Then what are we really talking about? You're interested in me? Great. I'm interested in you too. But what?
All I kept reading online was that Vinny wants Real Madrid. He wants to stay at Real Madrid. But then from the Arsenal fans, what I kept reading is, oh, Vinny said this, and Vinny said that, and Vinny said, well, where has he said all these things?
He hasn't.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's another Arsenal PR job, personally.
Yeah. Yeah, and now the club gets us all gassed up and sets our sights so high that anyone else to bring in is fucking is crap. Right, like we talked about earlier, like with
we tried,
Barcola, and now he's crap because he's not Vinny. Oh, the holy grail of left wingers, right? Even though, and again, Barcola is not a crap footballer. Does he miss opportunities? Yes. Gyökeres misses opportunities. Ronaldo missed opportunities. Messi, doesn't really miss opportunities, right? But Vinicius Junior's missed opportunities. The list goes on and on. Attacking players miss chances, right? It's part of football. But to say that a 22-year-old Barcola is just shit, I just think it's completely short-sighted, right? But I don't think that, right? But when you say shit, compared to who? Compared to Martinelli?
Yeah.
Right? Compared to what we have, he's probably better. Compared to Vinicius Jr., yes, he's probably shit or just not as good. Compared to Kvaratskhelia, yes, he's not as good. Compared to Rafinha, yes, he's not as good. Right? I mean, say he's shit just because he's not this big name. Right?
I wonder how many Arsenal fans actually got Vinny on their shirts.
With a fucking Sharpie?
No, actually got the name printed on.
Take it to the printers and get it put on? Oh, I bet a fucking 100,000.
Mate, looking at the way they act online and the way they thought it
was a done deal.
Would not
he agreed personal terms, which basically said, yes, I acknowledge that you're after me. And I personally like that you're agreeing to get me. Right? I drank the Kool-Aid for a bit. I think, okay, there's something to this. Yeah, for sure. I totally did.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Tony Claude. I was like, oh yeah, we're getting Vinny. Yeah, But I always said it could happen. It could. The operative word is could. It could happen, but it's not very likely.
Any fan would fall for something like that. It's same as if it came out that some stupid channel, which I'm not going to mention any names, said that we're interested in Kvaratskhelia. Well, yeah, we might be interested in him, but that's about as far as it fucking goes.
Right.
Anybody with a little bit of common sense in the head You know, not
Right.
saying that you didn't, but you know, you was seeing the stars, you were seeing the bright lights. I get that. I 100% get that because
Right.
if you win the league and you're in that position, then yes. And if you can get a player like that, I said that is the kind of moves that you guys should be making. I mean, look at when you had the Invincibles. You had some absolute world class players in that team.
For sure.
You know,
For sure.
100% world class players,
Right. Just
and
about
you
at every
should have it
position.
again.
We should, but we haven't achieved shit in 22 years, essentially. Right? Vinny doesn't know that we won 3 out of 4 FA Cups in that span of period. Vinny doesn't know that we won the FA Cup in 2019, the COVID Cup with nobody there watching. You know, Vinny knows that Arsenal won the league last season.
He knows you haven't won in Europe.
Vinny knows Arsenal because of Thierry Henry, right? Vinny knows Arsenal because of Thierry Henry.
He knows you haven't won in Europe.
He knows we ain't winning in Europe, right? He knows that we beat them the season before last, right? He knows that Declan Rice did, right? He knows that, like, okay, but
I tell you what, right? Even Crystal Palace has won in Europe because they've got the Conference League title.
just make it. You're like putting a cigarette out on my arm, bro. Just making it burn. Fucking hell, Crystal Palace. Jack.
Jack says, like Isaac and Bruno Guimaraes were loved by everyone there and just shows how little the fans mean when they know they're going to be upset by creating aggro. Yeah, it don't matter, does it? It don't matter about fans. Mate, I got a right deal at the airport. Smirnoff Vodka Blue. It's 50% alcohol. I got it for 13 quid. 13 quid a bottle?
Damn.
I've had about 10 of the fuckers today. Nice.
On one. Go on, son.
He's on one, isn't he? Alanga would be a top player if he had the final product. He skinned someone for pace, then deliver a shit ball. That will know it won't be like.
The Swedish Medwecki or Swedish.
His best goal was against Man United, if you remember. When he ran it all the way down the pitch. That was beautiful. And against them as well, which was great. No offence, Stephanie. We're apparently trying to swap Brennan Johnson for Dwight McNeil from Everton. I like Dwight McNeil, actually. I think Dwight McNeil's decent, to be fair. I do like
Johnson isn't there. Oh, interesting. Brennan Johnson is pony.
He's not really worked out to what you think he was, but that's another example of like I say, you give players a chance to actually get on the pitch and show what they're capable of. Some it will work, some will prove to not be it. We've seen it all the time, haven't we, over the years?
Right. Yeah, and that's why I'm willing to give Barcola
Where's Januzaj?
That money. There you go.
Where's Januzaj? Where's he now?
Januzaj? Who is that player?
You remember Manchester United's young prodigy, Januzaj?
Oh God!
It's not just it's not just United though. There's been a lot. There's been a lot that have looked like the next big thing. Look at it, Tom Ince. Tom Ince is another one that looked like the next big thing and ended up in bloody Macclesfield.
If we were to sign Rafael Leao, and let's say Brennan Johnson was to stay at Palace, who's a better player?
Say that again. Sorry, I was reading that thing.
Let's say, forget the Dwight McNeil thing and Brennan Johnson is still a Palace player. Is Rafael Leao at Arsenal a better player than Brennan Johnson is at Palace?
Rafael Leao?
Yeah. Forget Leao from AC Milan.
I've not really seen him play, mate.
Okay.
I'm not one of these people that watches every player.
Is Solis that we got from Bruges a better player than Jeremy Doku?
No, because I've seen more of Doku than I have Solis.
Yeah. And that's the thing. So
Solis looks good outside of an Arsenal shirt from what I've seen, but I don't know how he is in an Arsenal shirt.
Right. You know, he's got 2 assists and 1 goal so far in our 3 preseason games.
He looks quality on YouTube. He looks absolute quality. But look at that backwood that we've got. who started to shine towards the end of the
Mhm.
season. He started to look that deal. You know, I've still not seen that deal that I showed you on that video when you said, "Oh man, we're all in trouble now" and all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
Do you remember?
I
I've still
can't.
not seen that, but I think I will
Right.
see that.
Well, like Barcola looks like a world beater on YouTube.
That is true.
You
They
know,
all look like a mate. You
yeah,
probably
they
look
all
like
do
a world
because
beater
it's
on
their
bloody
fucking
YouTube.
highlights. It's the highlights. It's their best performance clipped up. You
That
know,
is
but
true.
I think that the money is just ridiculous. Barcola for 40 million, yes, I would take a punt on that. Rafael Leao, 40 million, yes, I would take a punt on that. And Die from Everton, same. But when you start talking 80 million for this sort of French unproven talent, meaning Barcola, I just like I guess the money is just what clouds the judgment. But again, at
Yeah,
the day,
yeah.
it's not my money to spend. But I think that we need a left winger, and we need to take right now. It's a gamble. While Vinicius was the true thing, everybody else now is a fucking gamble, right? If it's Leao, if it's Barcola, if it's Ndai, well, Ndai, I guess you can throw in there. If it's Nico Williams, right?
And
Those
Dye's got to step up. He's got to step up. If he's at
he's
Arsenal, he's
got to
got to
step
step
up,
up.
right? But that doesn't. But you know, with Arteta and even with the Arsenal fan base, a few bad games. Oh fuck! But Martinelli's better, right?
But
Why are
I
they giving him
actually,
Martinelli?
I actually think Eze at Arsenal looks quite a generic player.
It's pretty generic.
At times he looks great,
Yeah.
but at times he just
Mm,
looks like a generic player.
right. Right. And that's to me. That's on Arteta though.
That's how
You know,
you
what do you
step.
do when you sit a
That's your
guy
step
out for
up, though, isn't
5 games straight for no reason?
it?
He sat on the bench for 5 weeks straight, bro.
Because he weren't ready for
Scored the hat
your.
trick against
He wasn't
Spurs. Like, what are we
ready.
doing?
He wasn't ready for your style.
He scored a hat
Arteta
trick on
said it.
Spurs and he sat on the bench.
I know. I know.
So anyway, bro, I gotta run. It's 3 o'clock here. I gotta get something to eat and get little man
Yeah,
over
no
here to
worries, man.
basketball. Thank you
No,
so much for having me on. It was good to catch up.
no worries, man. Always
Up
a
everyone
pleasure.
in the chat. And good luck calling with the girl at the nightclub.
Yeah, man. Yeah, good luck, man.
But anyway, thanks, Yeti. I'll talk to you soon, bro.
Yeah, take care,
Have a good
man.
one. Cheers, guys.
Good one, mate. Take care.
Cheers.
Make sure you follow Oregon Gooner on YouTube. He plays a lot of like Call of Duty games and all that kind of stuff with his mate Juice Man or whatever his name is. I did actually sub to Juice Man or Doctor Juice or something. I can't remember what his name was, but I did it on my other channel instead of this one. So I'm on this one more than anything. So I've not really seen his videos and stuff. But he's a sound guy. Yeah, a 1 litre bottle, mate, 13 quid, absolute bargain. Yeah, man, that's awesome. I bought 8 bottles today, and when they came to deliver them, they put them in a paper bag. They put 8 bottles in a paper bag. So obviously, one of them got smashed. So I only ended up getting 7. I'll get a refund for it, so it's not a problem. Yeah, why would you put them in a paper bag? 8 glass bottles in a paper bag. I mean, who's stupid? But whatever. I fancy a girl in a nightclub. Spoke to her mate. Didn't give her my number, but she's interested. I think, and I tried. Yeah, man, should give her your number, bro. Although she might have passed it on to like a load of weirdos. You never know. She might have wrote it in a toilet stall. So I mean, maybe don't do that. Maybe not a good idea to do that. Big up, yeah, mate. How you doing, Adam? You alright, matey? Hope you're well, pal. And you okay, yeah, mate? I am, bro. I am, bro. When's your next friendlies and stuff? We've got Udinese tomorrow, and then we've got Barcelona. We've got Udinese at 7, I think it is, and then we've got Barcelona at 8. 2 45-minute games. Not quite sure what that's all about. Imagine if we get walloped in both of the games for 45 minutes. That would be insane. That would be crazy. Can you imagine that? Absolutely mental. And Uche, who used to play for us, was playing for Getafe today, and someone mullered him, and he's done basically every ligament in his knee. Fuck it now. Yeah, I remember him. He looked quite promising as well. He looked quite promising. Well, what you're on about getting that Solly March, aren't you? I quite like Solly March. Solly March is a decent player, I think. I saw that you're linked to him, Jack. Solly March from Brighton. I like him. I've always liked him. To be fair, he's about 32 now. Although he don't look 32. That fucker don't age at all. I don't know whether he's doing Botox or whatever the fuck, but he don't seem to age at all. He don't. Man United v PSG tomorrow. Ooh, nice. What time's that on, Adam? That should be a decent one. That should be a decent one. Man United against PSG. Like I say, we've got Udinese at 7 o'clock, and then we've got Barcelona at 8 o'clock. Two 45-minute games. Weird. Never known anything like that. But I mean, we shouldn't run out of gas, should we? In a 45-minute game. Well, you would hope not, anyway. Did you see UEFA allegedly paid off a mistress of Infantino's? Then Infantino's still there. Another dodgy thing of him. Yeah, 100%. But they've all backed him, haven't they? So they're all dodgy as well. They're all dodgy as well. The people that have actually backed him to stay, they're all dodgy as well, mate. Bro, there's so many dodgy people on this planet. It's unreal. This planet is full of dodgy fucking people. And we played well today in our friendly against Fulham, 1-2-1 after being 1-0 down. Nice, nice. What do you think of your away kit, Jack? I do like your away kit, mate. That embossed dragon on it, dragon. That embossed eagle looks fucking awesome. I do like what they're doing with the shirts now, where they don't just have the colour; they actually have a picture or whatever on the actual shirt. I like that. I think that looks pretty cool, to be fair. And I do that black away shirt for Crystal Palace looks well nice. That's one of my favourites, actually. I won't be wearing it though. Most of the World Cup lads were back today as well. Nice, nice. And the European countries basically fucked him off, but the little African, South American countries have backed him. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Crazy. But, people ain't going to out these people. And what can you do? And yeah, like that away kit, especially with the red and blue bit with that embossed eagle. Oh, it's lovely. That's a lovely one, mate. I do. My favourite one of yours, though, has got to be that own kit. I love that one. The one when you won the FA Cup. That one looked fucking awesome. That's been my favourite one, to be honest. Really did like that. But there's some real quality gone into that. I love ours as well. I think ours is great. I mean, like getting back onto like Newcastle. I mean, it's crazy the way it's just all falling apart. And now Joe Linton wants to leave as well. But I wouldn't count them out. I wouldn't count them out. Players they've got in could be really good. I don't know. I don't know much about them. But I wouldn't count anybody out. I never do that. I said to you, didn't I, mate? I'll make a judgment on our pre-season when the World Cup lads are back. Only Munoz, Menateta, and Pino were missing. Yeah, absolutely. And Richards as well, wasn't it? Richards was playing for the USA, wasn't he? I think. And Man United v PSG at 4 tomorrow on MUTV. Yeah, mate. Nice one, man. Don't think I'll be able to get a stream of it then. That should be a good test, to be fair. That should be a really good test. And the countries that backed him are all dodgy, little nothing places anywhere where corruption is rife in their own countries. Yeah, I mean, look at Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor quits the Premier League and goes to the Turkish league. I mean, it's like they've got the goat of corruption, isn't it? Really. Mate, unless it's called out, then nothing will ever happen with it. Look at Savile with the BBC. I mean, the BBC trying to ask for money and all that kind of stuff. It should be fucking shut down. I was watching a documentary on YouTube about him the other day, and the amount of people in the BBC that knew about it and didn't do anything. Apart from, I can't remember his name, the guy who was to do with Sex Pistols, he said something and then was never on BBC ever again. Fucking, it's ridiculous, man. How can you let things like that go on, honestly? It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, our team was Benitez, Mitchell, Cambo, Riyad, Richards, Cardines, Wharton, Kamada, Saw, Strand Lawson, Nketiah, Saw, and Frank, the Brazilian kid, scored for us. Nice. Johnny Rotten, weren't it? I think it was Johnny Rotten. Yeah, he told him, and I think Rick Mail said something as well. I think Rick Mail said something. And honestly, you can't let shit like that go on. I mean, look at that video on top of the pops is fucking horrible. You can see that he's doing something to that girl, and nobody cares. You can see he's doing something. What a fucking absolute sick bastard. This is why the BBC should be fucking closed down. I would never pay him shit, to be honest. I never watch any TV anyway, but I don't take no notice of them. Fuck off. Yeah, it definitely was. He found out and they basically deported him from the BBC. Yeah, 100%. And, but that, to me, he came out and said it. The rest of them knew and didn't. You know, Dando apparently knew a lot about it, and look what happened to her. Dando knew a lot about it. He was about to bring it all out. Little bit like Anne Widdecombe as well. She was about to add things as well in what was going on in politics, and then look what happened to her as well. Quite strange, isn't it? Quite coincidental. That's the problem. That is the problem. But yeah, I mean, with my team as well, I'm worried about the Gibbs White thing. I'm worried about the Gibbs White thing with Bayern Munich. Chelsea, not so much, although Chelsea, well, Man United definitely not, but Chelsea, yeah, because Chelsea, whether it's regardless what they're doing or anything, they are a big club and they have done massive things. So that's something that we really need to be worried about. Milenkovic, Juventus says 25 million. Fuck off, 25 million. Get out of here, man. He's one of our main guys. That's why I can't stand the BBC. I used to watch Question Time and stuff. But every time the Reform guy spoke, they talk over him, but let the Labour guy talk. Yeah, 100%. Mate, they're clans, man. They've been shown to be clans so many times as well. Can't stand them, bro. Can't stand them. I'll be back in a sec, guys. I need a pee. I've done that. Oh, I've kept that on. Oh, well, we've got no background there. Gibbs White will look at Elise and Kane doing absolute bits out there and think I want a piece of that. Yeah, it's very possible. Very possible. And as I've said to you before, the teams like ours, and obviously Newcastle, are, they can get picked off. Until you actually get into those spots with I mean, look, I'll be honest. I think a lot of Arsenal fans at times just complain for nothing. To be honest, because at the end of the day, nobody's touching your players. You ain't got to sit there like me and you and think, oh shit, oh we're gonna lose. Am I gonna lose Wharton? Am I gonna lose this player? Am I gonna lose Lacroix? Am I gonna lose Gay or anything like that? They don't have to do that. They have no worries when it comes to stuff like that. We do, you know. We have to, we know that if the right kind of money comes in, you know, like you said about Wharton, the Europa, and all that kind of stuff, if the right money comes in, there's every possibility you could lose the player. And that's where you want that loyalty that used to be there, which, let's face it, is still there because look at Jared Bowen and West Ham. Now, yeah, he might have been paid a good amount of money, but he's sticking with West Ham, which I think is massive for them. It's massive for them. Yeah, exactly. For us transfer winners or a shit time. Yeah, definitely, definitely, 100%. And we haven't really done a great deal yet. Let's face it. I mean, we've been very slow in this transfer window. We normally move a lot quicker than what we have done than what we are in this transfer window at the minute, which to me is a little bit weird because it's like what Glasner used to say at Palace was, I've got players in mind, but you're not bringing them, we're not getting them, and you're selling players off and all this, that, and the other. So, where are the fucking signings? Where are the signings? Or is he happy with what he's seen with what we've got at the minute? I like what we've got. I'll be honest, I like what we've got. I think we've got to sort the wings out. I like Jesus. I like Woods, obviously. Awonyi, definitely. Callum Mwendo, I think he might be looking to offload Callum Mwendo. Although I think, to be honest, he deserves a shot because he does offer that a little bit different. But down to Glasner, I suppose. I mean, I did say that he's probably in the profile that Glasner looks for, but the thing is, he signed Nketiah, so he's all right with those little pacey little players. And it didn't surprise me that Argentina sided with Infantino. Well, yeah, exactly. Fucking hell, that was always happening, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't think anybody could have said any different to that. That they was always going to side with them. And I feel like we have had the chance. We both slapped that in. Oh, yeah, 100%. Totally. Totally. And I read that the Diamandi deal is basically dead. If that's the case, Glasner is going to be thinking same old shit like at Palace. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, yeah. That to me is a bad one as well. That to me is a bad one because the way he plays three at the back, Diamandi would have been perfect. Because Milenkovic can play the ball forward and do vertical line breaking passes, as everybody calls them nowadays, instead of through balls. Murillo can, and Diamande would have been absolutely perfect. But apparently, what I'm reading at the minute, it's done. So that's a big shame as well. And big up expat, how you doing, bro? New away kit coming out tomorrow. Have you seen it? I've got a picture if you want to have a look at it and see what you think. I'm sort of 50-50 on it at the minute, to be honest. If it is that, to be fair. Glasner will keep Callum because he makes him his name makes him laugh. Callum bibbidi bobbidi boo. Yeah, man, he's got to keep hold of it, man. All right, gents, an unexpected surprise, and big up to you, mate. All a bit quiet on the transfer front. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it, for us? Because we're normally the ones signing left, right, and centre. Because he wanted Diamandi at Palace, he didn't get him there, so he probably thought there's a massive chance I'll get him at Forest. That's interesting. That's very interesting. So he actually wanted him at Palace. That is very interesting. Oh dear. Let's hope the cracks ain't showing already. And P.S. I've been out in case I'm tipsy and talking bollocks. Don't worry about it, mate. I talk loads of bollocks, so it's all good. But let's have a look at this shirt, right? I don't know if this is actually going to be it, expat, but apparently this is the one that's like going around on the internet at the minute. That apparently is the away shirt. Now, I can kind of believe it because I'm seeing the video that's been put out about the reveal tomorrow, and it's got an Adidas badge made out of leaves. And if you look at that shirt, it's got leaves embossed onto it. I don't know whether I like it or not. I can't make my mind up. I can't make my mind up whether I like it or not. I'm sort of, yeah, no, yeah. And apparently it was only over a couple of million quid as well when there's fans of yours saying, I agree, we don't want to overpay that. Yeah, fuck that. I'm not interested in overpaying. It's not my money. Get the players in that we need. It's not that whether you overpay it or not. So excited. I've got the tray fall on it. We are back. Yeah, and disappointed. Well, you think that shirt's disappointing? I think that's probably it, mate. I don't know. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100%. This is just like what's been leaked on the internet. So I don't know whether that's actually it or not. I don't know if I like it or not. To be honest, I can't make my mind up. I kind of do and I don't. Love the tray fall, but the colour isn't forest. No, it's not. It's not. Totally agree. I mean, I look back. I went on the internet looking for when we wore a green shirt because I did seem to remember a green shirt. I said to my mate today that if it's green, then why is it not the Brian Clough sweater green? Because that would kind of link it to us. But maybe we have got a green shirt in history, which I seem to remember one, but I don't. I don't know what that is all about. I like the leaves on it and stuff, but yeah, I'm not mega sold. Yeah, he wanted him at Palace, and he couldn't come to an agreement on the price, and I think that's when the shitstorm started because it was meant to be Gay's replacement. Oh fucking hell, great. Well, that's not good news. But to have the trade for all the leaves means we are now a tier one team. That is true. That is true. And yeah, your fans were saying we don't know what's happening with the deal. If the club were willing to pay, I back that. I hate these type of happy clappers. Yeah, mate, I don't. What is this? What is all this about? Oh, well, we won't be able to ransom and all this kind of stuff. We want the best players. If we're going to get anywhere, we need the best players. This old to ransom is just an excuse when you lose out. I mean, you've seen the same with Arsenal and Morgan Rogers. You're not going to hold our club to ransom and all this kind of stuff. But if you're going to be champions, and you need to start acting like champions. Diamandi would have fit that back three perfect. I had a feeling it was done. I had a feeling there was something going on with it because I ain't seen anything on it for a good while now. So I hope they can kind of sort it or whatever, but whatever, it's ridiculous. A lot of talk that we've set price limits and we'll miss out for 2 million here or there. Yeah, I kind of, in a way, I kind of get it with us, with where we are at the moment. But the thing is, we haven't spent anything yet, and we've got 100 million for 160 million for Anderson. So the money's there, surely. And he was only 40 mil, wasn't he? He was only 40 mil. That said, if I had a 2 million here or there, I'd be living somewhere else and driving an Aston Martin. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I won't be driving, I can't drive. But yeah. Yeah, it was last summer when we tried to get him, and that's when Glasner started speaking out about lack of transfers. Yeah, it's something to look at. It's definitely something to take into account. And if it's true, like what was said, that we tried to get a discount or tried to get a budget deal or whatever, then that's down to us screwing it up, innit? Whether that's the case or not, I don't know. Because there's a lot of things on the internet that some of it's right, some of it's not. But we needed him. We needed him, I think. I think we needed him. He was the one I was really looking forward to coming in, to be fair. And perhaps they are determined not to be fucked for Andos money. Yeah, I get that. I get that. But in order to get somewhere in life, sometimes you have to take chances, don't you? You know, and 40 million is not a lot, is it? Well, it is. Well, it is a lot to me. Obviously, it's a lot to me and you. But to a club that's just like got 117, if they have actually given it us, or if it's in like paid over time, which to me is a load of bollocks and shouldn't be allowed, should be paid right there and then. I don't know, but I think that would have been a really good start to it. Although, to be fair, in the friendlies as well, I have been liking Abbott in that position, to be honest. But Diamandi was definitely a step up from what I've seen. And if Glasner wants him, then we should have gone that to get him. It's definitely an odd one, the way OG left Palace, the way Big Mac is. It will either be glorious or go horribly wrong. Hopefully, glorious for all concerned. Absolutely. That's what I was saying earlier, mate. It could be gone within the first, what, 2 months of the season. You know how it works. Might not even be that long. We need stability. We need stability. Apart from Palace, sorry, Jack. And I think Glasner looks at it like, if you can't get me the players I want, how do you expect me to get the results needed? And when we have bad results, it's make me look bad. Yeah, of course it does. Of course it does. Of course it does. But I mean, I also look at, like, in the past, managers used to come into a club and make a team instead of actually have to buy it in. Certain players you have to get who you want, obviously, your forwards and all that kind of stuff. But that's kind of how it was in the past, wasn't it? Instead of having to have everybody who's perfect in every role. Don't think Glasner will keep quiet because he won't. He's more aggressive than Nuno, and even Nuno spoke out. That is true. That's true. And it could all come down just like that. And then as soon as that happens, then, oh, my days. Fucking hell. Who knows how this one's going to go, guys. But we cannot, 100%, we cannot afford another season where we've got a new manager within fucking a month of the season, and then that don't work, and then another. Oh, mate, honestly, ridiculous, ridiculous. And Marinakis won't take no shit. We all know that. I've got to say, OG record is great, but they never looked great against us. I.e., before Nico got sent off, we were so dominant. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think towards the end of OG's, this is what I said earlier before, towards the end of OG's career with Crystal Palace, the Palace fans had turned on him, rightly so, because of what he said. What he said about the club and everything, I agree. I think what the Palace fans did there was right. And he just didn't seem that bothered, to be honest. He didn't really seem that bothered, apart from getting the Conference League thing sorted out. But Iriola and OG had really slow starts, so we need to be patient. Yeah, we will. I think we will be patient. I think it'll be down to Marinakis. I think the fans will be patient. I don't think there's no issue there. I'd have liked to have carried on with. I wanted Glasner. I like Glasner, but I would have carried on with Pereira, to be honest. I loved the way that Pereira played. I loved the way that Pereira set up the team and had two strikers on the pitch, sort of like a 4-4-2 type thing. I think it worked perfectly and it made us really dangerous going forward as well. I loved that, but I don't run it, so it's not down to me, is it? You never know. Glasner will probably have a big payout fee in his contract, so Marinakis might have his hands tied, or he could have to pay Glasner like 20, 30 million if he's on 12 million a year. Yeah, definitely. How are you feeling for your season, Jack? And I like OG's honesty, but sometimes you need to fluff up the supporters. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Uh, Nervous because obviously a new gaffer is always a massive risk, but the new gaffer has a pedigree in France. And yes, I would have been happy with Vitor. I was surprised he left. Yeah, same here. Wait, he's sacked, wasn't he? He's sacked by text, apparently. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's true or not. The thing is, expat, now we're in the Premier League, we need some stability. We need to get some stability and we need to keep all of the players we've got because Chelsea's looking at Morgan Gibbs White, and so is Bayern Munich. Juventus are interested in Milenkovic. We can't lose those players. We cannot lose those players. Exactly, feels like a step into the unknown again. Yeah, absolutely, every time. And a text is a bit disrespectful. Of course it is. Of course it is. I don't know that 100%. That's just what I've read. But yeah, it is disrespectful. Do you know what? I'll be honest with you, right? As much as Glasner was the one that I was like, yeah, if we could, yes. But when Nuno had the team ticking, the pride was amazing. And I got the same with Pereira. Even though we was like towards the relegation zone, the way he got the team ticking, the pride was fucking immense. I loved it. I loved watching it. So yes, I am a little bit. I mean, I like what I'm seeing in the pre-season, the pressing and stuff, but we're not carrying it on to 90 minutes. But and I like the interpassing stuff that I'm seeing, but time's going to tell whether it's going to work. Yeah, when he came out and said to our fans, be humble, remember where you came from. Yeah, and mate, 15 years ago, we were nearly extinct due to administration. If anyone needs to be humble, it's him. Yeah, that was out of order. That was out of order. Yeah, I was with you on that. That was out of order. No one has stability. I think Arteta is the longest serving manager, something like 9 new gaffers. That is true, yeah. It'd be nice to have it, though, wouldn't it? And Glasner isn't afraid to call players out in the press conferences if they don't reach the standards required, which I like, but can cause shit in the dressing room. That's very true. Very true. Oh, who'd be a football fan? Eh? Who'd be a football fan? You love it though. The highs are amazing. This remember when you came from is that curse of low expectations. Do you think Clough went into Derby, Boo, or Forest and said be happy with 15th in the second division? How much silverware? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. We'll never get another Clough though, will we? We'll never get another Clough. I'm gonna I'm just gonna sit back and see what happens basically instead of getting all in my head about things. But I think that not getting that Diamandi that is that is gonna be massive. Just got a feeling that's gonna be massive. And Darren Ambrose, who used to play for us on Sky Sports, said, I was there at the time of that administration and fans stuck by us. Their disgraceful comments. There was disgraceful comments. I mean, it's kind of like him turning round to us and saying, look, um, Forest fans need to understand that you was great at one time, but now you're bottom of the ladder. It's like him saying something like that to us. We'd see it as the same way, of course. PS, 7 of the starting 11 in the first Euro Cup were with us in Division 2. What a legend. I'm obviously pissed. It's all good, man. And I like Ambrose, but wasn't he always crook? Class, but not good, if not on the park. That is true. That's true. Well, look at Darren Anderton. He was a really good player, but he's hardly ever on the pitch. Sick note. That's where the sick note thing first came from. And that remember where you came from is stupid because basically every fucking club has started off from nothing and that had to grow itself. Exactly. Yeah, definitely. Do you remember what Joe Kinnear said? Do you remember what Joe Kinnear said, ex-pat, in a interview when we were struggling and we had Joe Kinnear as manager? And Joe Kinnear turned around and says, "Oh, the Forest." Well, he was asked a question. The Forest fans are thinking that you don't know what you're doing and all this kind of stuff. And Joe Kinnear turned around and says, "Oh, most of the Forest fans don't even know who their parents are, so I'm not going to take their advice." Do you remember when he said that? I might have got that wrong. I might have got that quote wrong, but he said something like that. Most of the Forest fans don't even know who their parents are. So, I'm not going to take advice off them or something. Sure, that's what he said. Just somewhere along those lines, anyway. Saying we're fucking inbred. He's saying we're fucking inbred. Hey, just another game. Hey, how you doing, Borgab? You alright, mate? How you doing, buddy? Just gotta get a beer, guys. I'll be back in a sec. Where's my fucking picture gone? There you go. Right, I'm bald in front of the thing. How are you, Bogab, mate? You alright? You were over your Vinny Jr. transfer yet? And I'll catch up in a sec, guys. Just give me a sec. Even when Roy Hodgson was last with us, going through a bad stretch, and fans were pissed off. He said, "Fans are spoiled. We all said spoiled of what mid-low table football. Fuck off, mate." Can you remember when Joe Kinnear said that? When the reporter said that a lot of Forest fans don't think you know what you're doing, and he turned around and says, "Well, I'm not being funny, but most Forest fans don't even know who their parents are." I actually thought he was funny, but yeah, it didn't go down well. I thought it was a funny comeback, to be fair. As expected, Vinicius didn't happen. Yeah, that was always a clown show, wasn't it? And I thought he meant about the Derby game, which pissed everyone off compared to Psycho, who said he'd rather go on the dole than play for Derby. But yeah, I remember that. Maybe Kinnear talking about you, yeah. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Although I know who my parents are. I know where they are as well. Well, I think they're my parents. They've told me they are. Oh, I don't know. They've told me they're my parents. I like Roy. Shame he had a shit time at England and Liverpool. Yeah, I did as well. Yeah. That said, Tuchel is an utter cunt, and for losing the semi the way he did, Roy was bad against Iceland. But Tuchel in the semi was worse as it was ours to lose, and we did. We've seen it all before, though, haven't we? We've seen it all before. You're a fan of Talk Forest TV. I've never heard of it, mate. Who's that? I don't know who it is, bro. Never seen it. I mean, I did say hard to leave sunny Spain. Now the question is, what's the backup plan? Yeah, yeah. Backup plan Mudrick or Rashford, do you reckon? Do you reckon it was all a PR stunt to actually turn around and say, get your season tickets because we tried to buy Vinny? I think it was, to be honest, I think it was the right move. I think it was the right thing that you should be doing at the minute because, as I've just said to Dal, when you had the Invincibles, you had proper world class players in your team. So I think it was definitely the right move. Would it have damaged the team though? That's my thing on it. Would it have damaged the team eventually? What do you make of Ornstein versus Romano? What's up? What's going on with Ornstein and Romano? I haven't seen anything. Why are they beefing on me? I've not seen anything about Ornstein and Romano. Where's all this juicy stuff that's going on? Liverpool agree loan deal to sign Ronald Araujo from Barcelona. Here we go. I don't know what's gone on with Romano and Ornstein. More Prem clubs should try for top players, get Chelsea fans clowning us, and fans fight over their credibility. So, yeah, absolutely. I think the thing is, like, when fans do it, but when it's your actual manager that's saying shit like that, you know. I mean, to me, I don't get offended by shit like that. You know, it's like Expat just said, probably meant you or whatever. I don't get offended by shit like that. To me, it's like a comedian comeback to a heckler. But it certainly didn't go down well. I know that. It definitely did not go down well when Joe Kinnear said that. Maybe people are just too sensitive. I don't know. Nah, I mean Romano's fanboys first. Oh right, okay. Oh, well, they all falling out, are they? I don't know. I have seen a few memes about Romano saying wrong things and stuff like that. I've seen RB Leipzig come out today and say, "Here we go." Actually, on Jan Diamande, Demande, or whatever his name is. So he's having a pop as well. Bro, there's that much crap goes off in transfer windows now. It's rubbish. It annoys me quite a lot, to be fair, because I used to love it. I used to love it. Exactly, yeah. If you can't laugh at yourself, some other fucker will. 100%. That's 100% expert. That's always been my mainstay. If you're gonna pick at somebody else, and you're gonna have a go at somebody else, and you've got to be able to take it when somebody has a go at you. You know, that's always been one of my mantras in life. If you can give it, then you've got to be able to take it. The worst people are the people that give it and then cry when somebody has a go back at them. You know, I've never been like that. I don't. I've never been like that. Think Romano better for European news, hit or miss for the English clubs? Yeah, mate. The thing is, it's all about clicks and stuff like that. When they first start, they just do it out of the fact that they're saying this and saying that, but then they start getting sponsors and all that kind of stuff, and they get wrong news. There's nothing worse than social media in a transfer window. Back in the day when it was a transfer window, I used to buy this little magazine. Yeah, but it was well, just like it was like a magazine, and it had all the transfer things that teams wanted to do, and it came from the actual teams. And I'd read through Notts County what they was trying to sign. I'd read through Forest what they was trying to sign, and Mansfield, and I loved it. I fucking loved it. I really enjoyed it because it was like proper. It was proper stuff. It was true shit. But now on social media, there's that many things like going around. It's like this mug gives right to Bayern Munich or Chelsea. You know, is it real? Because it just comes from somebody who's just trying to get clickbait and shit. And that's the problem with social media. It's just more about clickbait than actual facts. That's why, I mean, look, I could be a lot more active on this channel. I could do videos on us being interested in this player or that player, what I read on social media, which a lot of the others actually do. But I just don't think it's right because if I sit here and go, oh yeah, we're going to sign such and such, and this is what he brings to the team, and all this, that, and the other, and it don't happen, then I've just ripped every fucker off that watches me because it's a load of bollocks. So I'm not being real, and I will not be real. That's my old mantra on this channel: keep it real, keep it yay. Think Romano better for European news, and Romano used to be accurate, but the last few seasons he's been at best hit or miss. I think he's getting like sponsor deals and all that kind of stuff, expat. So I think he's like going with certain things, thinking it, because he's as soon as you get sponsored, it's like, oh well, we need you to do this. Like say for instance, I got sponsored by somebody, that would mean I've got to be online a hell of a lot more, so that I can keep getting their adverts online. It's a sordid world, expat. If you want to get into that side of it, it's a sordid world. You see, like YouTubers, all of a sudden they've got like fucking Tesco's or whatever, not really Tesco's, but you've got all these things on the screen trying to advertise everything because they're getting sponsored from it. I've never been interested in that kind of stuff, and I never will be. And I won't have adverts on this channel either unless YouTube forces it. I will not do it. I'm not interested in doing that. It's where I could make my money, but I'm not interested. Fully enough, I was looking at the National League, Southend, Aldershot, etc. It was kind of refreshing as it wasn't about lads getting paid 400k a week. Southend get more than 8k a week in Tier 5. Yeah, yeah. I love stuff like that. I love stuff like that. You know, like when I play management games and stuff. I love looking at what other teams are doing and who they're signing and all that kind of thing. Love it. It's ruined now with social media. Exactly, he's stopped being the inside track and it's just become advertising space to push a player here all day. Exactly. Yeah. It's what happens to everybody that gets into the space of doing things like that. Not me. I'm not a big enough channel to even be offered any of these things. And I wouldn't be interested anyway, unless it was like Forest shirts, promoting Forest shirts, of course, promoting Cruz Campo, absolutely, because I drink it all the time. But I ain't gonna be doing no adverts for Tampax, mate. There's no way. Can you imagine that? Keep it real, keep it Yeti. Make sure you get your Tampax. Make sure you shove them in right, and yeah, won't be doing that. Just saw a top player was seen at Seven Sisters on deadline day. People could make an easy 1k. Of course they can. Of course they can. But there's money to be made. If you want to do that, there is money to be made. There's loads of like little sponsor things go around when you're a big enough channel and stuff like that that you get offered, like energy drinks and stuff like that. If you need energy drinks to live, you've got an issue. If you need energy drinks to be alive, you've got an issue. You've got an issue. Energy drinks are basically just legalized drugs. You know, what's that one called? Red Bull, all those kind of things. When you need those kind of things, you're doing something that ain't right. Why do you need something to give you energy? It's like taking speed. If you ain't got the natural energy from the way that you live your life, then you're doing something wrong, aren't you? You're doing something wrong somewhere. I would feel bad promoting it to kids. 100%. This channel's never been for kids, ever. Ever. That was my mainstay right from the start. It's never been. Well, I'll be honest with you. When I first started and I started doing the retro games and stuff like that, I put them for kids, but I got in trouble for that because some of the games they're a little bit gory. Well, they're not actually that gory at all. So I got in trouble for that. So I changed them. They got taken down because the games was actually, well, it was on Musher and all that kind of stuff. They weren't gory at all. Resident Evil, that is, I suppose. So they get taken down. But, other than that, this channel ain't for kids at all. I made that set. I made that set straight away. It's probably why it's not as big as what it could be, because I just won't do that. Not interested in that. I used to drink it, stay up, can boost productivity at times. Yeah, but I mean, should you need it? Mind you, then again, I suppose you can have food. Food gives you energy and all that kind of stuff as well. I don't think you should ever need. You should never need an energy drink. The amount of people I used to see going to work with Monster and Iron Red Bull and stuff like that to actually keep going. That's not that's not how it should be. If you go to bed at the right times and you get up at the right times and you do things at the right times, then your energy should be absolutely fine. That's the way it's always been. So you shouldn't need energy drinks. No, you never need it. No, exactly. You shouldn't. You shouldn't need it. I mean, I like a beer. I mean, a beer is not an energy drink. Huh? It's a talking drink, I suppose. It does give you a slight advantage in gaming. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Which is weird, isn't it? Because it's almost like a drug. It's almost like a drug. I don't think you should ever need anything like that. You know, if you feel tired, you feel tired. You go to bed. And I've never really gone for. I mean, I did like when I was working at PC World. We started doing these night shifts, building up stores and changing stores and all that lot. And the manager would come in when we got up in the morning, or was it? No, we got up at night. Obviously, it's a night job, so we got up at night, not in the morning. And he'd come in and he'd get like a 24 pack of Red Bull. Yeah, guys, just in case you start flagging and all this, that, and the other. Well, I've been asleep all day. Why would I be flagging? And they used to just smash it down the necks like crazy to actually be able to do the job that they was doing. I was absolutely fine. As long as I had like a good breakfast when I got up and all that kind of stuff, I was fine. Absolutely fine. But everyone's different, I suppose. Um, I stopped when I started going to gym regularly. Don't want to drop dead. Yeah, absolutely. Mate, the way that the human body's made, if you do the right things with it and put the right things into it and all that kind of stuff, you'll have the energy anyway. You shouldn't need energy drinks. If you need energy drinks, then you're doing something wrong somewhere. And I could never do the speed runs with gaming. Best way to do gaming, just never add that stamina with that. I don't do speed runs anyway. I like to sit there, play a game, and just take my time and just enjoy what I'm doing. Especially when I'm like playing a management game. I get mega into management games and messing around with this and messing around with that, looking at stats and all that kind of stuff. I love it. I love that kind of stuff. I really feel like I'm building something. Like when you build like a tactic, or I'm not all that great with tactics. I'll be honest, I'm not, and I'm not all great with like when I'm watching the game on the screen. I'm not great with that either. I'm better at it than I thought I was. Like since I've started doing this YouTube and doing the watch-alongs and stuff like that, the amount of times I've turned around and people have asked me like, "Oh, what do you think in that first half?" And I get it wrong sometimes, obviously, but what do you think of that first half? The way I explain it and stuff like that, people turn around and go, "Oh yeah, yeah, fucking hell, that's spot on." And I notice a lot of things that some people don't notice. But yeah, I never imagined that would be me, to be fair, but it is. So there you go. Like doing GTA in a weekend. Yeah, GTA 6. Not long now, is it, for GTA 6? Think that'll be any good? Well, it's going to be good. It's going to be good, but it's going to be full of pay more money to enjoy it. I think it'd be a good game, but I think there'll be a lot of things that entice you to gamble and stuff like that. There'll be a lot of microtransaction type of stuff. I think that one's going to actually break the ball when it comes down to microtransactions after you've paid for the game. Is it going to be on PC? I think it comes out on console for a year, and then it's on PC after that. I think. I think GTA 6 is going to be on. It's definitely starting off on console, and then I think it's about a year. GTA 6 went on PC. PC release date, the game is officially scheduled to launch on November 19th, 2026, but only for PlayStation and Xbox. No official announcement. Also, there's nothing official that it's going to be on PC, which I think is a little bit silly, personally. It sucks they do it so people will buy the consoles. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Call of the market, isn't it? Call of the market, get everybody onto consoles because they're more expensive. And I don't know if you know, but what they're doing with consoles is ridiculous. They're taking away all the physical media or anything like that, and you've got no rights to the game whatsoever. So you pay for the game, and if they decide to shut the game off, that's it. Your money's gone. So fuck consoles. I'll be PC all the way. If it comes out on there eventually, then great. If it don't, then whatever. I'm not playing their games, and hopefully nobody else does it as well. But they will. They will. GTA 6 will sell like crazy. It will sell like absolute crazy. And it'll be full of all the woke shit and all that kind of stuff. There'll definitely be all that crap in there as well. Don't think I'll be bothering. I'll be looking at it, but I won't be bothering. I ain't finished GTA San Andreas yet. Xbox says they are doing backwards compatibility with the next one. They are going to do backwards compatibility of it. The thing is, like with gaming, there's still good games out there, but there's it's become such a market for like business people and all that kind of stuff because they know how much people will just keep paying for stuff, and the mobile market ain't helping because the amount of money they make with putting things on mobile is insane. Because the amount of people that spend money to get a bit of extra energy to play the game and all that kind of stuff is crazy. It's crazy. The new Xbox CEO was looking into that. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a PC gamer. No, I used to love consoles, but I won't be bothering with consoles anymore. I like PCs. The football management games are a lot better on PCs. Shame NHL ain't on there anymore. So I used to love that. Kids love the mobile. Yeah, a lot of people. I mean that that Monopoly. That Monopoly Go on mobile. That's made about fucking what is it, 4 or 5 billion on people just sitting there playing it, and then playing extra to play it, and then paying for extra things and all that kind of stuff. Fucking 4 or 5 billion. I ain't slowing down my PC. The cloud is good though. Yeah, Absolutely. Absolutely. So anyway, Borgav, who do you think that you're going to get on that left-hand side? Because I think it's going to come down between Arteta's man, who he likes, Mudryk, who's just come back into the fold, or Rashford. Who do you think and who would you like out of those two? Because if you want my honest opinion, I think the old Vinny thing was another Arsenal PR thing that we tried, but we failed. So we're going to go with this, or we're going to go with that. Because there's only what two and a half weeks left before the season starts. We need to get our act fucking together as well. I've never known us be this slow in transfers in a transfer window. We've normally signed like 5 or 6 players already. I still think it's Rashford. Alvarez is being suggested with Berta links. Yeah, I mean, would you stick with Jokeres or would you go Alvarez? Because like I was saying to Dal earlier, whether it's Jokeres or Alvarez, Arsenal's tactics don't play to a number 9. Their wingers don't go to the byline and cross it in to a Jokeres. Their wingers try and score themselves by cutting in. So I don't really understand where that whole situation works. No, the attack was so bad last year. Yeah, absolutely. But do you see Arteta changing anything, or just trying to like place players into the positions that he wants for the way he plays? I don't think he'll change anything. I don't think he'll change anything. He'll try and get players that he can put into those positions and just keep doing the same thing. And I think that's why you struggle to score in open play. Man City and Liverpool have better attack still. Yeah, yeah. And I'd also argue Man United as well. I think Man United's got an awesome attack if they can get it going. I think they've got a great attack. Same as last year. Do you think you'll win it this year? Are you confident that you'll win it this year? Because a lot of teams have really stepped up. I mean, you've got to, whether you like them or not, you've got to look at Spurs. They made some really good signs. They beefed that team up massively, to be fair. And I think Man City, if they get, although I don't really like Enzo, to be honest, but I don't see Man United and Chelsea doing it the whole year. Interesting. Who would you be worried about next season? Going for the league, who would you be worried about the most? It's got to be City again. Although I will say that if Areola can get the same as what he got at the Bournemouth players with Liverpool, they're going to be a scary proposition. Can he do that with bigger players? Is to be seen, but I do think that if he can get that right, then there will be an issue there as well. I've like I felt last year, Man City figured it out too late, and they just have to replace Bernardo Silva. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Anderson is a fantastic player. And Anderson will just get better and better and better. So if he's got to do the step up, which I think he will. I 100%. I have 100% faith in Anderson to be a quality player. And one thing I did notice about City when in the friendlies and in the highlights, I mean it's only highlights, but there seemed to be more Semenyo was like running at players and getting past players and all that kind of stuff. And they seem to be playing a lot more straightforward than what there was under Pep. Seemed to be a lot more attacking sort of thing. Um, Arsenal's biggest issue is, in my opinion, the tactics. Because, I mean, Dow said earlier that they'll beat Coventry 4-0 or whatever. Um, they're not really an open play attacking side. So, I'm not quite sure on that one. I don't think Gimares upgrades us. We will contend again. Yeah, I think Gimares definitely upgrades you on Zuma Mendy, 100%, 100%. I mean, he's a definite upgrade. If I'm Arsenal manager, what I'm going to try and do this pre-season is try and get like a plan B, try and get wingers who cross it into the striker in the centre who's there, and try and put him into the limelight as well. Instead of just trying to run down the line and then take it on to get on the left foot and then have a shot and all that kind of thing. Actually, be wingers, get onto the byline, cross the ball into the box, and get Jokeres on the end of it. But we all know he won't. We all know he won't. I'll be back in a sec. Zuma started brightly, then lost his way a bit. Yeah, you know what, with Zuma I just didn't like the fact that there was too much weakness in the centre for me to actually get it building. And the amount of times he just lost his concentration and got the ball took off him, it's crazy. If you're a Newcastle fan, you'd be scratching your head about, oh mate, it's crazy, isn't it? That is just crazy. That's like That's like us all of a sudden losing Morgan Gibbs White, Milenkovic, Murillo, Nico Williams. It's sad. It is sad actually for Newcastle. It is really sad for Newcastle the way they've just been torn apart. I mean, they've still got the defence there, but it is sad. It is sad. How many points do you think will win the league this year? Last year we had 85. Oh, you know, that's asking me somewhere, isn't it? Um, Depends how much fight there is in the league. The thing is, what's happening in the Premier League at the minute? I mean, the thing is, we call it the Premier League, right? We call it the Premier League, the best league on the planet. That's what we call it. Yet the Vinny Juniors and the Mbappes and the Diamandes and all that lot don't come here, do they? They don't come to this amazing Premier League, do they? They might do later on in their careers, but they don't now. Um, I don't know. Honestly, don't know. I don't know. I can't see that far into the future, to be honest. 85 is low for recent history, but not bad longer term. Yeah, I mean, if you're the top of it, then you're all good, aren't you? You're all good. I think the league is. I mean, I don't know what you guys think, but I think the league is becoming more. Premier League is becoming more like the Championship, where anybody can beat anybody on a given day, which is the same way the Championship was. I do think it is gradually becoming more like that instead of just everybody who's, you can never kind of underestimate anybody in the Prem, to be fair. And if you do, you sort of do it at your peril. They don't come here because Spain has sunshine, tapas, sun, topless Spain. I mean, no, Sunderland or Spain. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's a good point. But I mean, like you remember back in the day though, like when Arsenal was able to like bring in Burkamp and bring in Thierry Henry, Perez, all that kind of stuff. Do you think we're in that scenario? I don't think we are. I think it being the biggest league in the world and the best league in the world is just not true, to be honest. Yeah, it's culturally easier for some to live in Spain, plus more technical football. Yeah, that's another good point. That's another good point. And Real and Barca are giants, but isn't that like Scotland? A few big games and fuck all else. Yeah, true. Yeah. Camp Henri came with a point to prove. That is true. That is true. Although Burkamp was fucking awesome. Van Basten as well, but I think he got an injury, did he? In a way, they are in the country where the holders have World Cup and Euros. That is true. Yeah, yeah. People can't cross a ball in the Prem. No, because, well, like I've just said, the way most of it's played nowadays in the Prem, they want the wingers to get round and get a shot on goal. The more inside forwards than the are wingers. We seem not to be able to get Galacticos. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. But either young'uns like Haaland, or older folk like Van Bommel. Yeah, yeah, 100%. Yeah. I just think if we was the best league in the world, then all the world class players would want to come here, and they don't. And let's face it, the wages are offered. Vinny Jones, I keep calling him Vinny Jones, Vinny Junior, sorry, was offered all the all his image rights. All Arsenal offered him all his image rights, 100% his image rights was all it is, and then he gets 450 grand a week. Still didn't want to come here. Why? Obviously not just about the money, is it? They sold the marketing well with "Can you do it in a cold day in Stoke?" I remember. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. We are the best league, but Real and Barca are outliers. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we are the best league, to be honest. I really don't. I think we are in the competitive state. I mean, how do you see expat the Premier League now? The Premier League now is one thing I always liked about the Championship because I was in it for a long time, so I got to know it quite well. Was it was always contested in the Championship? You could be right near the bottom towards the middle of the season, then all of a sudden start winning, and you'd be right near the top. Premier League's not quite on that standard yet, but I think it's getting there. Where everybody wants to fight for everything, which I think makes good football and good entertainment. Buying PSG, maybe, but not so many stars. Yeah, but why did Kane go to Bayern? Yeah, want to win something. Kane should have stayed in the UK, to be fair, and gone to one of the teams in England. But why when he goes to Bayern and then fucking does what he does. Champions League is the best league. Yeah, Champions League is, yeah. It's still not as good as the old fashioned European Cup, though. I mean, mate, you didn't get as many chances back in the European Cup when we won it twice. That said, if we are the best league, why don't top six all have 5 Champions League titles? That's true. Yeah, yeah, absolutely true. And Dini used to say in Championship, easy to score goals in the Prem. You are lucky to get one touch. Yeah, yeah. I think it's good that the teams that are coming up are really giving it a go and really staying in the league as well. Dini was a clogger, quite like him, but a donkey. I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. I wouldn't look at him as like a superstar striker or anything like that. Definitely not. But we have had players like that, to be fair. How do you guys see us finishing in the season next season? Your sort of reality of where we're going to finish in the season next season. I'm hoping for like to break the top 10 again. That's what I'm hoping for, to break the top 10. But I think it's going to be like top 12, top 13. But how do you guys see us finishing in the new season? It's nice when people try a different formation, like Sheffield United used to be so good with 3-5-2. Yeah, bring something different to it. 100%. I want to see 4-4-2. This is why I really liked Pereira, because he actually had the two strikers on, and we went like the 4-4-2 line. I love 4-4-2, always have, and it's just always been my favourite one. And how many have we had like him? Mm. It was a guy from Millwall. Um, when was that? Oh yeah, Darius Anderson. Yeah, Anderson. Sorry, and liked him, but Dini and top four, top four. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. You never know. You never know, but I can't. I think Marinakis will make things happen, 100%. But we've got to have some stability. The other thing with the Prem, it's the most physical, but England never seems to have the best defenders. Hmm. I mean, we've had some class defenders in the past. European football is a must, or we lose Murillo and MGW, etc. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think this is the season. This is the season that we've got to get something like that. We've got to get something like that. Otherwise, we are going to start losing players big time. Because, as I said the other day, we're getting these quality players that have got quality in them, like Sangori and Murillo and all that. But it, football's like a catch-22, isn't it? It's like you want the players that you get in to be awesome. But if they're awesome, you've got to do something with that awesome. Because if you don't do anything with that awesome, the other teams are just going to pick off your awesome players. And then you're going to be back to square one again, aren't you? Top seven, good. Yeah, top seven would be great. Top five, another miracle. Yeah, and think Villa may struggle. I mean, Villa's pulling in some decent players. To be fair, Spurs could be great. Mind you, Villa's got Champions League as well, haven't they? So yeah, you might got a point there. Spurs could be great or shit. Absolutely, absolutely. Same with Man United. Yeah, definitely. Brighton will struggle. They never seem to struggle, to be fair. They always seem to get it right. Welbeck is a big loss. Yeah, I agree. That's a good signing as well for Chelsea. I think. I think that's a really good signing for Chelsea. Bournemouth, Brentford. Is this where they fall off? Well, I don't think so, mate. To be honest, Bournemouth beat somebody 10-1 the other day. I mean, I know it's only friendlies, but it's 10 goals. I think Bournemouth will be all right. And we looked at Brentford last season and thought they was going to fall off, and they didn't. So I'm not 100% on that one. The main thing is we've got to do what we've got to do. Fuck the rest of them. We've got to do what we've got to do and make sure we do it right. I don't want another fucking maybe, or we're going to go down, or we're going to stay up. I don't want another one of them. If we get another one of them, we're in big trouble because we are going to lose so, as you've already said, we are going to lose so many players. If we have another season like last season, we shouldn't if we don't go four managers fucking through the whole season. But if we do another one like that, I mate, who leaves? If we do another one like that, Milenkovic gone, Nico Williams gone, Aina gone, fucking Sangori probably gonna leave. You know, we're fucked. We cannot afford another season like last season. I'd have driven well back to the WFCG. Absolutely, the world famous city ground, 100%. And one thing's for sure, whatever we guess, there will be a surprise. Good like Sunderland or bad like Wolves, etc. As long as it's not us, I don't care. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if we went next, the only thing about next season, if we went next season and just stay in the Premier League, yes, that's a massive thing. But we are going to lose players next season if that's the case. They ain't going to stick around forever. They're not going to stick around forever to realise our dream. They've got their own dreams, you know. There's no way they're going to be sticking around. So we've got to make sure something goes right next season. I hope with all my heart and every part of me that we end this season with Glasner, the same fucking manager, so we can just keep building. I don't mind the fact that we keep bringing in players that are possibles and all that. I love that. I love that. I can't fault it. I love it. I love every minute of it. Making players and all that kind of thing. But we cannot be in that same scenario. Big Mac won't accept 70, nor will MJW. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is the only worry I've got, expat, to be honest. If it's not working with Glasner for the first 2 months, he's gone, isn't he? He's gone, isn't he? Come on, let's face it, he's gone. And the players at some point are just going to be like, how many different managers do I have to keep playing for? A different thing, different like tactics and shit like that do I have to keep going with? That's the way it's going to go. And that's the fucking worst case scenario. Um, I worry that MJW not going to the World Cup will either make him lovers or either he will make him want to go to Man United, Arsenal. Yeah, 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 absolutely. And that will happen eventually. That 100% will happen eventually. Total will happen. Bill, Luke, how you doing, mate? And my team, Northampton Town, play on September the 1st, start season Tuesday. Nice one, man. Are they going in? Are they going in the friendlies and stuff? Got some good players. I've man love MJW, his skill, work rate, and around decent bloke. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Them folks like Ola. Yeah, they're all going to go. Can't expect them to stay. Of course you can't. Can't. Unless you're doing the right things, you can't expect them to stay. They want to advance their careers eventually. It's not always going to be a team. It's not always going to be a team dressing room that's going to carry them through their careers. They're going to want to go and do bigger things. They're going, especially like imagine if like the Man City win the league with Anderson. They're going to like, well, we want to do what Anderson's doing. Careers can only last so long, so they're going to want the best of it. Need to give them the incentive, yeah. And shout out to Northampton, Colin Calderwood and Luke Chambers, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, I like I like Calderwood. I like Chambers as well. Yeah, we've got to start putting ourselves in that position where when teams come in for players, we ain't selling. We don't want to be a sell-on club. We don't want to be a sell-on club. We want to actually build something strong and actually be in the position, which, like I've said, this is why listening to Arsenal fans at times just gets on my nerves because when it comes to a transfer window, you ain't got to worry if Saka gets fucking if a bid comes in for Saka, you ain't gonna let him go. You ain't got to worry if fucking someone comes in for Rice, you ain't gonna let him go. You know, you're in that position to say no, he ain't going nowhere. We're not, and that's where we've got to get. Luke Chambers is a lesson in patience, absolutely, played out of position, yep, but always gave his all, yep, and I definitely buy him a drink, 100%, 100%. But like I say, that's where we've got to get. We've got to get to the point where we're not selling players. We're not selling our Andersons. We're keeping our Andersons, and we're taking on players and we're taking things on. You know, that's what we need to be driving towards now. Otherwise, we will lose the players regardless. Like, it's all right, keep buying players in that's quality. We are one of the best clubs, to be honest, for bringing in players that other teams have got on their books but don't actually bring them in. We are one of the best teams since we've come into the Premier League for bringing players in who other teams have got their eyes on but don't quite think they're about it. We are one of the best teams for that in the Prem. But that ain't going to cut it. We've still got to do our shit. He does, however, show big max expectations as he doesn't love the Chrissy Cohens or the Lukes. Yeah, I love Luke Cohen. Chrissy Cohen, I mean, not Luke Cohen. He only wants Robbo's and Burns. Yeah, yeah. I'll be back in a sec, guys. Big Marcus question why we love Chrissy Cohen. He sees it as low expectations, whereas we see Chrissy as a legend in a different time, difficult time, different perspectives. Absolutely. Who's Big Mac? Is that the owner? Is that the owner? Chris Cohen was fucking awesome. Chris Cohen was the best part of that fucking deal. Fucking Davis didn't do shit. I love Chrissy Cohen, but who do I want my picture with, Bertles or McGovern? Well, both. Robertson will give him the chance, but he's gone now, so. Who's Big Mac? Is that the owner? Or a McDonald's maybe? Do you know another thing that I want to see us do as well? Another thing I want to see us do, instead of buying quality from other countries that could be something, I want to see us start pushing forward the youth that we've got as well. I really want to see us start pushing forward the youth that we've got as well. Like Abbott. I like Abbott. I've not seen a bad game about him. He was a little bit thingy the other day, but he's a class player as well. So I want to see us start doing that as well. Getting them lads up at names in lights. Yeah, Big Mac is my name from Marinakis, as he's very big. That is true. That is true. Why would he question that? That's bizarre. Why would he even say anything about that? That's weird. That's weird, but I mean, they're like past heroes. I mean, we've got a lot of past heroes. Oh, by the way, I've got a new screen for my. You'll like this expert, I think. I've got a new screen for when I do the streams and stuff like that. If it's not pub, have a look at this, mate. Where is it? Hang on. Where is it? I made it. I made it the other day, and I think you'll like it a lot. To be honest, I think you'll like it a lot. Just let me give me a second. I'll get it sorted. Where is it? Oh, there you go. That's my new stream. My new screen for streams. What do you think of this, mate? That's my new screen for streams. It obviously had like pictures on the back, and that's this City Grand. I don't know why looks like a bloody Liverpool badge on the board. You've got the two European Cups there, and then you've got the man Brian Clough, you've got the man Peter Taylor, and then you've got the man John Robertson on the background. What do you think of that, mate? Do you think that's pretty fucking cool? That's gonna be my new background. My new thing for streams. It looks good, but I know you will. Totally hope Jimmy Sinclair gets a game. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, players like that, man. McDonald, all of them. Abbott suggested last time out. Yeah, he's a CB, not an RB. Yeah, you could see it. You could see it when he was playing it as well. And Big Mac said it about Chrissy. I guess he was trying to say Division 3 is shot, however much we love him. And fuck me, that's like my study butler. Bring me a sense here. And absolutely love it. Awesome, isn't it? I did it on AI the other day. I used AI to make it the other day, but on the back it had pictures of Forest players, but it wasn't actually Forest players. So I put the pictures in of Clough, Taylor, and Robertson, and I think that is perfect. So that's what I'll be doing my streams in front of when I'm not doing the pub and that. It's awesome, isn't it? It's fucking. I don't know why there's a Liverpool thing on the that back thing. I'll have to change that to a forest badge or whatever. But other than that, I love it. But you know what? I tell you what, expat. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I never expected to be in the Prem or anything like that. So this is just an absolute dream. But you know, now I've got it, I want more. I want more. I want us to be up around the top. I want us. I want people. I want all the other teams instead of going, oh, I like Forest. I have a special feeling about Forest and all this that and the other. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want the opposition teams to think I'm scared. I'm worried about playing against Forest. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for in the future. I want them to actually fear playing us and not give us like, oh, we love Forest and you're a good team and you're a nice little play, this kind of bollocks. I want them to actually look at us and think, man, they are something fucking special again. That's what I want. It's like that gentleman's club we'd all like to join, but if they'd have us as members, I wouldn't want to join. Yeah. That's what I want in the future. That's what I want in the future. Absolutely, I'll totally give up. I thought it would be a Huddersfield, a glorious past, but 80 years ago, yeah, definitely. And the best thing about it is, I mean, I know we might like go on about winning 2 European Cups and all this, that, and the other, but when we came up into the league, that was the bragging rights that we had. Not against like everybody, not against like Chelsea or Man United or Liverpool or whatever, but against the others, Arsenal, the big fucking dogs apparently. That was always the thing I had to go with. Whenever they started giving it the big un and all that kind of stuff. I mean, they can say we've never won the Premier League, but the European shit is major bigger than that. And it was always my bragging rights. And I don't care what anyone says. If people turn around and say, well, why are you always going on about European Cups? Because we've got them and you haven't. And you go on winning the Premier League in 6 fucking years, you know? So why would we not go on about 2 European Cups? If you had them, then you keep talking about the fuckers. So why should we not keep talking about the fuckers? We got them and we earned them, and we're always going to make that a case. When Taro scored against Arsenal, I think, yeah, I know. Yeah, bro, that was fucking, oh, mate, that was huge. Bro, that was, you know what, that was the biggest point of like me doing YouTube on a watch along. Seriously. Because, and one of the things is I turned around and I said it right from the start of the season. When you come to the City Ground, you will get beat. And they didn't believe it. They did not believe it. No way we're going to get beat. No way we're going to get beat. And when they did, I was like, oh my fucking days. You fucking beauty. Arsenal champions of Europe. You'll never see that. Absolutely. 100%. I love Taiwo. Yeah, I hope he stays. I do hope he stays. He surprises me all the time. I think, he's done, and then all of a sudden he's such a fucking unit as well. I think he's perfect with Woods, Igor Jesus. I love Igor Jesus. I think Igor Jesus is going to have a fantastic season this season. I think he's going to have an amazing season this season. But again, if he has an amazing season this season and he scores fucking 20 odd goals or whatever, he's going to be another one that's going to get picked off. So we've got to make sure it counts. We've got to make sure it counts. Our first new Premier League goal, Steve Cooper and Taiwo Shin against West Ham. Yeah. His goal against Brentford was class. Yeah, absolutely. What about the one against Man United? Remember the one against Man United where we got fucked over at the end of it by the bullshit sending off of Worrell when there was another defender there, Bruno Fernandes, throwing himself to the fucking floor. That one against United is one of the big ones that I remember where he just ran it all the way down the pitch. What was it? What was the one where it was crossed into him and then he scored? Was that United? God, I can't remember who it was, but that was a beautiful finish. That was. Yeah, I like Taiwo. I don't want Taiwo to go. I still think he's got a hell of a lot more to offer. But I don't know about you, mate, but I love Igor Jesus as well. When we were 0-2 in 5 minutes, that hurt. Yeah. 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 But we've got some quality. We've brought in some quality as well. We've just got to start making it count so we keep them. We just got to start making it count so we keep them and then add to it and build an absolutely phenomenal team that can take them on. That's what we've got to do. Taro should be good business, almost pay as you play. Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think Glasner will want to keep Taiwo anyway because he's definitely the kind of player he likes. Love Jesus, but still not totally convinced. Really? No? Not convinced by Taiwo? Oh, mate, I love Taiwo. I love Jesus, sorry. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. What do you think about oh fuck's sake, Lucanets? I said to you, didn't I, about Lucanets? I think he's class. I think he's absolute class, Lucanets. You'll see that in the season. I think he's class. As he grows, he's got talent and seems a great lad too. The world's biggest smile. Yeah. You know what I like about fucking Jesus is if you watch them fucking training videos, he comes out and goes, "Help me, duck." Help me, duck. Proper, like, Nottingham, innit? Help me, duck. I'd take a bit Taiwo over Matera all day long. Yeah, same here. Same here. Taiwo's one of those kind of players that always like, he can do something to make a difference at some point, and he's done it so many times. Love Nets think OJ will bring him up. Yeah, I said, didn't I? I told you. I did say that. Said there was definitely something in that guy. He just seems like a proper fighter who cares as well. You don't get that a lot of times. From the very first performance, very first time, this is my thing, expat, and it always has been. And I'm sure you're all the same. Um, when we sign somebody and they talk the shit and go, "Oh yeah, I've heard about Nottingham Forest and they've done this and that," don't mean shit to me. Don't mean nothing to me. I'm not interested. Not interested in what you've got to say in your interviews, same as managers and all this that and the other. But when you get in that Forest shirt, that's where I judge you. As soon as you get in that Forest shirt, that's the point. It doesn't matter what I see on YouTube or anything like that. When you get in that Forest shirt, that's where my judging starts. That's where it starts to mean something for me, and where it should mean something for you. Not you, I mean them. It reminds me of Dexter Blackstock, but on a much higher level. Love Dexter too. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. But yeah, I mean, are you the same that I, I view them when they're actually in a Forest shirt? That's when I really make my judgment on a player. Like Nico Williams. Nico Williams. We signed Nico Williams. I was like, I liked him, like, for Liverpool, but I wasn't always that sure on him. But as soon as I seen him in a Forest shirt, same as Ola Aina, same. Murillo, all of them. Well, Murillo, I've rated him from the start, but it always makes a difference when I see you in that Forest shirt. I want to see the way you react when you've got that Forest shirt on. That's what means something to me. When you've got that Forest shirt on, when you've got that Forest badge on, and you go out there and play like Anderson did, like Sangari did eventually, um, you know, that means something to me. It always does. And that's the only time that I will really rate a player. I won't rate them when we sign them. I'll rate them when they come out with that Forest shirt. Dexter had that same sort of awkwardness, but somehow Matt always scored to a 1 on 3, 1 in 3. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Love Nico. What an absolute warrior. Yeah, he's really embraced that as well. And I love that. And that's what I look for in every single player. So you got that Forest shirt, you go out there. The epitome for me is obviously, if you're looking back in the day, Stuart Pearce, but fucking Ryan Yates. People diss Ryan Yates and say he ain't this and he ain't that. But man, that guy just goes out there and dies for the fucking shirt, dies for the badge. If he makes a mistake or anything like that, it's like, he did it for the right reasons. I just love players like that. I love players like that. Anderson was like that. I know maybe he was playing for a move. Maybe he was. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. the end of the day, when he wore our shirt, he wore it with pride, and he's shown that pride on the pitch, and that's all I ever asked for. All I ever asked for, and he did it. And they're the kind of players that I want. And the only one that I've seen, honestly, that doesn't do it for the shirt is Morata. Since we've got in the Premier League, we've signed some really good players, but Morata just doesn't get it. Just, just doesn't get it for me. Just doesn't do it for me. I think you can tell Liverpool's academy and Nico makes me think we are not embedding win in every shirt they do in our team. You know what I mean? Yeah, 100%. And Liverpool Academy is to expect 110%. Yeah, and so it should be. It should be for every academy. 100%. And Big Mac wants 105%. Yeah, I want 150%, bro. If you go out and mate, all I want from my team is to go out there and give everything. Just give everything. Leave it all on the fucking pitch. Win, lose, or draw, go out there and give everything. So I can like turn around and go, look, you know what? We had nothing left. When you've got nothing left, you can lose. But when you fucking go out there and give everything, that's all I want. You know what I mean? I wonder if we have small arts and are somehow happy with 95%. Nah, I'm not happy with 95%. Nah. I just said that. I want everything, bro. If you're gonna wear that Forest shirt, you're gonna wear that Forest badge, you give it all. And I don't accept anything else. And I don't see it. I don't see it with Murato. Sorry, I just don't. I just don't. I don't see it with Murato. I see it with Murillo, reading the game, taking the ball off the line, stuff like that. That's the kind of shit that. I mean, I'm surprised we've still got Murillo. I'll be honest, I'm surprised we've still got him. And we've got him until 2029. I don't mean you, I mean that we've been away for so long, we are just happy to be at the party. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, totally. Totally. Some stuff that gets said in the chat, sometimes you don't kind of read it right, and I apologise for that. But, yeah. Oh, I'm so happy to be at the party. Like Ipswich are or Burnley, happy to survive. Yeah, 100%. But we've got to not just be happy to survive. We've got to start taking part instead of just being part of it. We have see anything less than number one as a failure. Yeah, 100%. And Liverpool will. Mm, yeah. Man United will, etc., etc. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think. I mean, I think fans are fans. I mean, I think they all want everything, but sometimes you just don't get it. But for me, every time they go out on that pitch, it's like, you know, fluffy sort of thing. Give fucking everything. Do the basics. We need that Marino Cluffy effect, or I always win. Yeah, 100%. Totally. But you know it, you feel it, I feel it. Obviously, I want to win every fucking game. But when you don't win and you draw or whatever, you know, as a YouTuber, you've got to fucking give it straight. You've got to. I don't know everything, but I just give it from my opinion, same as you guys do. You know, I'm just loving every minute of what's going on at the moment. To be honest, I tell you what, I tell you what, I'd love. I tell you what, I love. All of a sudden, as to unleash another Stan Collymore. You know, Stan Collymore esque type of player. We don't really have that. But I'd love to see another Stan Collymore type player, but I don't think you will. Stan Collymore, in my opinion, was world class. He was world class. Anybody that could, I mean, anybody that could just drive it past people like that. Stan Collymore is what Ireland wished he was. And I like Ireland. I like Ireland. He's got the build, he's got everything about him. But, and I do believe that he could do the Stan Collymore thing. He's got everything about him to be able to do it. I love Stan. I guess it takes time to embed that winning habit, season of success, Real and Liverpool expect to win. I hope we don't hope to win. Yeah, hoping to win, you won't win. You've got to fucking want to win. Stan is probably the best I've ever seen and understood. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's all. I've said that so many times on streams and shit like that with other people. Stan was just amazing. Best striker I've ever seen. Absolutely the best striker I've ever seen. Never made it on the world stage. I think that was more sort of mentality and his issues and all that kind of stuff. But he was absolute electric. To be, I mean, right? You look at strikers nowadays. How many strikers nowadays can take can be given the ball in the centre of the pitch, take everybody on, and hit the most amazing finish in the goal? How many? How many can do that? Ain't many. They can get the ball passed to them and then do something, but Stan was just different class. He was different class. He should have been the GOAT. 100%. Stan should have been the GOAT. If it weren't for his, I think his issues and all that kind of stuff, he should have been the GOAT. For England, he should have been the GOAT. Stan was power, pace, finesse, and fucked Ulrika. Well, yeah, but absolutely, 100% stamina, power, pace, mate. He was just fucking phenomenal. You look at his goals; he took on like 4 or 5 players, and then nutmeg fucking one of the players twice before he smashed it in the goal. He was fucking amazing. Stan was. Jesus, she has the most beautiful lady I've ever seen. I've never seen. And Stan should be our Alan Shearer. He was better than Shearer in my opinion. He was better than Shearer, but Shearer was more um, friends with everybody and all that kind of stuff. Stan had issues, so he was better than Shearer. He was unplayable. Yeah, he's an unforgotten footballer. To be fair, he's a total forgotten footballer. Shame he couldn't keep it together. Yeah, that was his only issue. He got a chance in the England team and did well, in my opinion. Cooper got fucked over by Bolton because Bolton was a knob. But yeah, Stam was amazing. Seemed like a decent bloke too. Yeah, apart from the wife beating. Yeah, I mean that shit sucks. But you know, he was an amazing footballer. Exactly, he should have been top of the charts. Absolutely, 100%, 100%. A bit like Robbie Fowler. He was better than Fowler as well. He was just quality because he could just get the ball and just take it past anybody. He should never have left Forest, but he was always going to leave Forest because of where Forest was. I mean, remember that game against Manchester United? Where he went up against Pallister and fucking Bruce and Schmeichel and lobbed him. Fucking amazing footballer. He was ruined at fucking Liverpool because they wanted him to be part of the boys instead of be on his own, which is like why they signed him because of how good he was for us. And then Liverpool tried to work him out as a team player. Stan was never a team player. Stan was never a team player. You put him at the front and you give him the ball, he will put the ball in the fucking net. And he will do it with absolute fucking amazing style. His finishing was unbelievable. Unbelievable. And how isn't Robbie Fowler England's greatest scorer? Don't know. Don't know. And absolutely, if he'd stayed here, I believe his career would have lasted longer. Yeah, but going to like other teams and stuff, Liverpool ruined our number 9 too. Yeah, and love Nigel. Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, when you're not in the right places, then these teams are going to pick you off, aren't they? Stan Collymore went for what was it? Was it um was it 10 mil? Can you imagine how much Stan Collymore would be worth now? Can you imagine how much Stan Collymore would be worth now? Do you know when we were struggling in the Premier League when Cloughy, which I think he should have retired before he went to the Premier League. He shouldn't have been part of a relegation for us at all. He should have. He should have decided to go before that because he didn't deserve that. He didn't look well anyway. He did not look well. and I think he should have gone before. But Cloughie could have signed Stan Collymore, but because of Stan Collymmore's attitude and stuff like that, Cloughie didn't actually bring him in. It's in Cloughie autobiography. But Stan could have made that difference, but I think Cloughie just didn't want that player that could be a problem and all that kind of stuff. Imagine if he had have done. I think he could have made the difference, but that's all by the by. I so hope Stags do well, but then again, I don't want at the same point. Let's not get it wrong. I don't want Clough to bring someone in that's going to undermine him because nobody undermines Clough. Nobody undermines Clough. I love Stan, but nobody undermines Clough. Actually, Nigel could score more goals than Stan. Yeah, Nigel Clough was fucking decent, to be fair. But Stan scored worldies. Yeah, absolutely. He's got so many of them on YouTube and stuff like that. Stan would easily be 150 mil. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Biggest mistake Clough Ronnie made would have kept us up. Yeah, it would have kept us up. But would you have somebody who could? I mean, he might. Clough could have signed him, and he might have been absolutely phenomenal and all that kind of stuff. But would you take that chance that he undermines Clough and causes problems for Clough? Not me. No way. I love Stan Collymore, don't get me wrong, but he don't undermine Clough. Brian Clough, I mean, not uh, not Nigel Clough. I mean Brian Clough. Nigel's decent. He's about 189. He's about 189. He's that old. I see him the other day. He's not that old. We were relegated, so I'd taken a chance. Yeah, true, true. I think that's probably a mistake in that respect. To be honest, I think that was a mistake in that respect. Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. I think I've said that before, actually, that I would have taken the chance on Stan Collymore to actually do what he was doing. I suppose, like, as amazing as they are, they do make mistakes. And I think that was a mistake because if he'd have bought Stan Collymore in at that point, then probably wouldn't have got relegated. But yeah, um, Clough could walk on my testicle all day, every day, and I'd say Stan Porter is the most amazing manager, player, decent folk ever. Yeah, 100%, totally. Only got to meet him once, mate. Only got to meet him once because I was like going to a lot of games and all that kind of stuff. It was just too early for me in my life. It was too early for me in my life. My family was all Notts County, so I wasn't involved in any of that. So I only actually got to meet him once. I wasn't part of any of the Clough era or anything like that. I didn't see any of the games back there with the Clough era. It was all like what I've read back in the day. And I hate that. I hate that. I wish I was. But unfortunately, I wasn't. I was too young. He just stayed too long. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And should have won the FA Cup and retired. Yeah, and no fairy tale the time. Yeah, well, I was born like in 1973, and I only sort of like saw football with my granddad. My granddad was a Notts County fan. I was never really bothered about Notts County. Weren't really bothered about football, to be honest. Um, I think I got this book. I started reading this book and stuff like that. I was never really that much into it at that time, which is a regret now, obviously. So I didn't really see a lot of it. But I can remember the first time, basically, my old football thing was getting the football sticker albums and seeing the way that Forest was and all that kind of stuff. I'm in Nottingham anyway. Well, I was in Auckland at the time, which is part of Nottingham. And basically, I got the football stickers and Forest and all this and the other. And, you know, I tell you what, right, expert, the thing that really fucking stood out to me about Forest wasn't Clough, it wasn't anything like that. I read about all that stuff afterwards. It was the Forest badge. It was a Forest badge. When I had that sticker album and I got that Forest badge, and I just looked at it and I was like, I love that shit. I love that badge. And it was the most prided badge in the area that I was in. And if you had a Forest badge for the Panini sticker albums, people would give you like 6,000 fucking stickers for a Forest badge. And I opened a pack and I got two Forest badges in it. Even though I'd already got my Forest badge, I got my old Forest badge, my old Forest team sorted. Viv Anderson, Wallace, all those, you know, I had it all sorted. And I don't know, I just started looking into them and just started reading things and all that kind of stuff at that time. And I just really got into it. And that's how I became like a Forest fan. And then obviously I went to my granddad's and he was going, "Oh, have you been watching the football?" And I was like, "Yeah, yeah, I've been watching it." And I watched a game with my granddad on the TV, County against Forest in the First Division. Ian Wallace was playing in that game. And he was like, "Come on, Knox, come on, County," and all this, that, and the other. And I just went, "Come on, Forest." Fucking, well, I didn't say fucking have, but come on, Forest, and all this, that, and the other. And he looked at me, and he looked at me with weird, really weird look on his face. What do you mean, like Forest? Because I was only a young lad. But it's the red, the red. Always loved the red. And a lot of my family from that point was like, oh, he supports the opposition and all that kind of stuff. And it just kind of started from there. It started from there. That's where I became a Forest fan. At like 5, 6 years old. I don't know how old I was, but you know, that's where I became different to the people that was around me because I just loved it. Our badge is the most beautiful, the most iconic, and the most original badge in world football. Absolutely, 100%, 100%. I just loved it. I loved it. I don't have no issue with County. I still don't. And I love Super Pies but as much as Forest. Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of where it all started. And my granddad was like, "Do you want to come to watch the game on Saturday?" And I was like, "Not really, not unless you're playing Forest." And that's where it all that's where it all kicked off. It didn't kick off. It weren't like nowadays where you get offended and you get pissed off and all that kind of stuff. But it's just I kind of knew what I needed to do, and then I went to like my first game a couple of weeks afterwards with my cousins, and I went to a Forest match at City Ground, and I just knew this is my team. This is my team. This is what I need to follow, and that's the way it works, and that's how it worked, you know. And I went back and I didn't go to too many games because, I didn't have people to go with and I was only a young lad. So I started getting books and shit like that. And that's how I sort of looked through all the things. I'm gutted I didn't actually go in the Cluffy era. Good, but not a lot I can do about it now. Uh, OT saying we are bigger and better, but we are. But for me, I like that we are not even brothers. Seems peers don't like us. Yeah, my first ever game was a school trip to Notts. They lost 5-1 to Wolves. And next game, Forest versus Barcelona in the European Super Cup. My path was set. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It was same for me. It's same for me. I just when I went to that ground, I just knew you don't pick your team picks you, and I 100% believe that. You don't pick your team, your team picks you. And when I was there, I just knew this is my home. This is where I belong, and that's how it works now. And nowadays, it don't work like that. They just latch on to any team that's doing well or anything like that. I pity him. I pity him for that. I do pity him for that because they don't realise the feeling you get when you actually go to a ground and realise this is where you belong because they just pick a team. I'll be back in a sec. I need to pee. Yeah, like I say, I pity people that become fans nowadays because they don't realise what it means to actually go to something and feel like you belong and this is yours. They just pick a team that's the best team at the time. Like Arsenal winning the league last season, so I'll be an Arsenal fan because they won the league last season, you know. And it's sad. It really is sad because when you actually go to something and realise it means something to you, that's huge. That is such a massive thing. That is such a massive feeling that they're never gonna get, and they waste out on it. It's crazy. It's crazy. I see so much as I was playing rugby on Saturday for Nottingham RFC, so I remember the evening games most. And funnily enough, that reminds me of Ian Rush in the green candy Liverpool shirt. Yeah, that's probably what I'm thinking of. I know there was a green shirt. I thought there might have been a green forest shirt, but I can't remember if it was. I so hope we aren't just green. Yeah, I don't. I like the triffle badge and the all that kind of stuff, but I just don't understand that. But like I say, it's quite. I find it quite emotional to think about what sort of molded my life and pushed me towards forest because I don't think a lot of these kids and a lot of the people nowadays get it because they just pick a team. And there was always people like that, obviously. Oh, yeah, I love Liverpool. Oh, why do you love Liverpool? Oh, because they've got Barnes and they've got Rush and they've got fucking Johnson, Dalglish and all that kind of stuff. And I was like, well, I love Forest because I've been there and I've realised that that is where I belong. I can't tell you the time scale because I mean it's 73. It was after the European Cups. It was definitely after the European Cups because when I started reading about Nottingham Forest, they'd won the European Cups. That was in there, but that was because I just became that infatuated about Nottingham Forest that I just started reading everything. And I got this book, I think it was Encyclopedia or whatever it was, I don't know what it was. And I started reading all about that. But I think actually what it was is I went to the games after I'd read the books. I can't remember it fully, bro. I'm 53 years old, so I can't remember it fully, but I do remember like reading the books and just sitting there reading about these European championships and stuff like that. And I think it was probably about 82, 83, 84 or whatever. Can't remember when I went to like the first game. Stuart Pearce was there, definitely, because it broke some fucker's leg. And it just went from there. But I knew from there Forest was my team. That was it. I wasn't old enough to be going though. I didn't have, like a lot of people have, a dad. My dad was not scanning, so there's no way he was going to take me to Forest. I still don't understand the Notts County Forest hate thing, to be honest. So my dad was never going to take me. So it was later on in my years where I went. I think we was playing against a Newcastle, West Ham reserve team because there was some players I remember that became players afterwards. Well, there was players anyway, but became big players afterwards. Moncur is definitely one of them. When is the new away shirt out? Yeah, mate, I'm giving you some proper history here, and all you're interested in is when the new shirt's out. Fuck are we doing here, bro? I think it's at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I think. Let's have a look. Hold on. I don't know. Nothing's happening here. News. Coming soon. No, it says on here somewhere. I think yeah, it's 9 a.m. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Got about 8 hours if you want to keep listening to me talking bollocks. Hope it's not green. I think it is, bro. I think it is. I think, to be honest, it's this. Because I've seen it leaked. And if you look at the actual advert that they're putting out, it's got leaves on it. And as you can see, this has got leaves on it. I don't know whether it's it or whether it's not, but I think it is. I don't know why it's green. Can you tell me why it's green? Do you know what? If it was green colour of the sweater of Cluffy, I get it. Unless your history is green. No, it's not green. But if it's the green of the Cluffy sweater, then I get it. I think you're getting drunk, mate. I think you're getting drunk. I'll be very disappointed. Yeah, I think you're getting drunk, mate. What about if it was the green of the Cluffy sweater? I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind. I don't. Why is it green? Why would it be green then? Is there any history of us wearing green? Because I can't remember any. I mean, I know trees are green, but well, they're actually brown. I like the cloth sweater, but we've never embraced it. Yeah, I'd love like even if it was long sleeve, I'd love like a cluffy sweater with a forest badge on it. That would be ace. That'd be awesome. That kind of colour instead of the colour that I've seen. And even the green sweat was actively turned down. Hmm. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know, but I've heard that apparently Big Mac, as you call it, has banned green sweaters because Olympiacos rivals is Panathinaikos, who play in green, so he won't have it. But I don't know, mate. I don't know about you, bro. No, I'd like to see Do you know what I'd like to see? Do you know what I'd like to see as the away shirt? You know, like back in the day where we just switch it so you get red and white, and then your away shirt is white and red. Let me put this one to you, right? I'd like to see a white shirt with a red forest badge and the trefoil on it as well, and basically the same Miss from the Trent but in red. So it's a white shirt, but the red is the mist. Do you like that idea or not? Remember then there was the Green Sweats versus the club, and I think under Nigel, at some point there was an anti-green shirt protest. Well, apparently, I mean I don't know if this is true, but apparently one of the Forest guys the other day said that his family works with Mariakis and he's banned green everywhere in the club. Apart from the pitch. I mean, he's not changed the colour of the pitch, of course. That'd be weird. But apparently it is gonna be green. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Didn't we wear a white shirt, black shirts? We won the League Cup when Nige was playing. Hmm. I remember the white shirt, yeah. The white shirt and the black shorts. Isn't green Panathinaikos? Exactly. Exactly. That's why people think that there's no way that he's going to do that. But I don't know. I don't know. But what do you think of my idea? A white shirt with the mist, but the mist is red. So it's like, look at this, and then you get the opposite. Bit like Ian Holloway banning red vans delivering the to Bristol Rovers. Yeah. This is just what I've heard. I don't know. I don't know. But the thing is, if you look at this right, if you look at this right, do you think? Let me let me share the screen. Let me share the screen. Right. If you look at this, what does that say to you? Because like, if you look at the actual thing that I've shown you with a green shirt and the leaves on it, then you look at that. Actually, look at it. Look at it bigger. Am I still on? Don't think I'm still on. No, I don't think I'm still on. Yeah, look at it. Look at it like that. Or like that. That's what they're showing. That's what they're showing there. I don't know if I'm still on. Yeah, I'm still on. That's what they're showing coming soon. And it's like a Leaves Adidas sign. So, what would you say about that? You could be a designer. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I do have some good ideas, mate. I must admit. Well, it's definitely going to have leaves on it, isn't it? It's definitely going to have leaves on it. I would have gone for the same thing, missed on the Trent, but had it white with a red Forest badge and a red Adidas badge, and then red on at the top. That's what I would have gone for. But apparently we're going green, so I don't know. My heart built the band, the flower pot band. Do as it means we are back. Spain had the tray fall on the in the World Cup final. This is massive. Can I ask you a question, expat? Question me, because I don't know what this is, and it might make me look like a fraud as a Forest fan. But what is tray for? What is the tray for? It's former life. Seriously, the tray for is like being anointed by the Pope. Yeah, but what is the tray for? Is that the lines? What is it? Because I keep hearing this word trefoil everywhere. I don't know what it is. This might destroy my channel altogether as a Forest fan, but I don't know what the trefoil is. So what's the trefoil? The trefoil is the original Adidas logo 1972 leaves. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that because I keep reading that it's got to have the trefoil and I have no idea what it is. So I appreciate that, man. Really appreciate that. Every time I read that, I was like, am I stupid or something? I don't know what the trefoil is. So basically, instead of having that, you have the actual Adidas logo. I mean, so the actual Adidas logo is leaves. Okay, never realised that either. Okay, you learn something every day. They tried to modernise it in 1996-ish with the ugly bags of sport, which they still have on our first kit. So trade for all is fashion, all things cool. Badge of sport if referees. Nice, nice. Cheers for that, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I had no idea what it was. I keep hearing people saying, I hope he has a trade for, and I'm like, what the fuck is a trade for? And so the trade for is like a badge of being cool. Awesome. Awesome. Love it. Love it. I just wanted to know. I just wanted to know because I was like, what the fuck is that? So basically, behind my head on this side, that shirt there, that's got the tray foil on it. Am I right? That shirt there, where my finger's pointing, has got the tray foil on it. He's not answering. He's thinking, you dumb bastard. I've just told you, you idiot. Right. Okay. So Trefor's not about Forest then, it's about Adidas. Right. Yeah. Trefoil literally means three leaves. So it's a French. Is that a French thing? Trefoil. Because trey's three French, isn't it? And no, and twa quatre. No, it's not. No. It's the original and the best. Yeah. Fair play. Fair play. Yeah. I get it now. I get it. I get it. I get it now. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate it. Because I was reading the shit and I was like, what the fuck? Look at our European Cup, all Trefoil, all Francie, etc. Yes, French. Yeah, mate, I've been reading it, but I haven't been like everybody's asking for the Trefoil and all that kind of stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Although it's based in Germany, so Ratch. Yeah, cheers, mate. I did wonder. I did wonder. I did wonder. So, expat, was you at the European Cups and stuff? I mean, I don't know how old you are or anything like that. Did you see the European Cups? Funny enough, where Lothar Matthäus was born. Remember him? Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. One side of the river is Adidas HQ, otherwise is Puma. So I've told you, I've pretty much told you my history. What's your history? What made you a Forest fan? What made you a Forest fan, Expat Red? Because I've told you my history. So What made you a Forest fan? In this cabbage field in Germany, they were brothers. So tell me, Expat Red, what made you a Forest fan? Because I've told you my history, so it's only fair you tell me yours. I might have made this a thing actually on my channel, where everybody that's in the chat, I ask what made them a fan of their club. I might make this a thing because I've told you what made me a fan of Forest. So what made you a fan of Forest? What's your history on how you became a Forest fan? My brother took me to Forest v Barca January 1980 and I was sold. So, did you see the second World Cup win then? World Cup. I mean, fucking European Cup. The smell of boiled fags and pies. Open air then. Glad not to have been bummed. Fucking bummed. Killed or lost. Oh, fucking hell. Well, yeah, I'm glad you didn't get any of that. So you went to see Forest against Barcelona, January 1980. Yeah. And was that it? Was you just sold from that point? Like what I was saying with my story. Was that it? Now, as a kid, my mother hated us going to the footy. It was violent back then. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. That sense of a massive crowd. Everyone wanting the same thing. It was kind of abstract. So did you just keep going from that point then? Probably less Forest and more one of being in a group. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Did you? I mean, how old was she then? How old was she then? Did you? Are you walking down the street and everyone's singing and shouting? Good days. Back in the good days. I only went to Wednesday games as I was training. I was when I got properly into it, maybe 13, 14. But do you, I mean, keep going on with your story, but do you agree with me that, like, some of the people that become fans now don't, don't get to feel the things that you did? In, they just pick a team. They just pick a team. You actually realise where you belong. Train with not Rock Tuesdays and Thursdays played Saturday. Yeah, what did he? Give me a sec, mate. I'm gonna feed my cat. For me, Forest is my own town. Yeah, I mean, it's your own town, but there's also Notts County as well, so surely it came to when you actually went to the Forest ground. I used to see number 9 on the train from Derby. I'd go on at Beeston. He'd be on the train in his Forest blazer going to the game. No one bothered him. Imagine that now with, yeah. Did you, did you meet Brian and Peter Taylor? I struggle to watch footy unless it's Forest, maybe England. Hmm? Yeah. Yeah, I don't. To be honest, when I first started streaming and doing all the watch alongs for like every team and all that kind of stuff, it doesn't interest me as much as if it unless it's Forest. When I first started doing it, doing the watch alongs and all this, that, and the other, I just was like, I just started YouTube and it was just like, I like football. I like watching football. Always have. So I kind of did it just to like build the channel and stuff like that, but I was never interested. Many interested in Forest. I can watch, but I struggle to watch Brentford v Burnley. Yeah, I did that. I did that. You know, if you do like YouTube and stuff like that, I mean, I did. I don't know. I didn't even do it for any reason. I did it because I would have sat and watched football because I just like sitting and watching football. Back from like the match of the day days, always love watching match of the day till it became shit. I only met him in passing, i.e., in a crowd. He used to talk to his brother who had a news agent in Stapleford. I spoke to him. I spoke to him. I was coming back from work in Broadmoor Centre, and I got to say, I came back from. I was coming back from work. I was walking through Broadmoor Centre, and he was doing a promotion on cars, and there was him, and there was Stuart Pearce. Yeah, and I was talking to Cluffy, liked him from the first moment. I'm one of those kind of people that I just don't get on with people that well. And I liked him from the first moment, just the way it was. He was very sort of friendly and all that kind of stuff and welcoming to me. I don't know why, but it was. I was only a kid anyway. Um, and I was like talking to him. I can't really remember the conversation, just a hello and all that kind of stuff. Didn't really know who he was, to be fair. And as I was walking away, I was like, "Oh, that's Stuart Pearce, isn't it?" And he went, "Yeah, that's Stuart Pearce." And I went, "Oh, can I get his autograph?" And I went over to Stuart Pearce to try and get his autograph. And he said no. And Cluffy told him that if somebody asks for your autograph, you give it. So he gave me the autograph, and I got his on a photo, and I got Stuart Pearce autograph on a photo, and he apologised. And I've no idea where that fucking photo is. Can't find it. But that was the only time I actually met Brian Clough. But the one thing about him that I got, whereas you say he lacked charisma, well, I don't speak to many people, and I don't feel alright with many people. But when he spoke to me, I did feel alright, to be fair. So, yeah, I wouldn't say he lacked charisma, but maybe I was just a young lad. I don't know. We made the suit for Forest for 91 FA Cup when I worked for Paul Smith. I was so surprised how small they were, 36 chest. For Brian Moore, I was playing rugby, so compared to then, I was big. I can't imagine Psycho saying no. Uh, that's pretty much what happened. Speak to him now, you never thought he'd say no. And I meant his brother lacked charisma. Oh, okay. And not God, I wank him off. Okay. Nah, I can remember asking, and he just walked away, and Cluffy pulled him back. But at the same point, I'm just a kid. So I asked him, and he just walked away as I asked him, Stuart Pearson. And Cluffy pulled him back and told him that you don't. If any fan asks you for a signature, you give it. And the only thing I had at the time was a picture that had been taken from school. So that's what was signed on the back. And I have no idea where that is. That's the only time I ever. That's the only time I ever met Clough. My only sort of thing with it is just I don't know. I don't know. It's just a nice guy, to be honest. Just a nice, welcoming guy, and I weren't trying to buy a car, of course, because I was only young. Probably about 16, 17, 18 years old or whatever, coming back from work. And the only thing I had on me was a picture from fucking ages ago. I don't know why I had that in my wallet. The only thing I could find that they could sign. And, you know, I asked Pierce for his signature as well. And he walked off. And Cluffy brought him back. As a kid, it's a big deal. I asked John Pertwee, who was Doctor Who, my sister, and I asked him, and he said, I'm too busy. And ever since then, I thought, what a cunt. 100%. Yeah. But that's not my reality to him, not in any way, shape, or form. I've met a lot of people that are actually cunts, to be fair. I don't like, I don't like um, going with the fucking celebs, to be fair. People that think they're celebs are wankers. Funny how those things colour us. Yeah, 100%. I love Clough, love Psycho, and love Forest. Absolutely, man. 100%. 100%. I'm so pissed off that, like when you look at things and you wish you was born earlier, where you could have been at the age to have gone to the European Cups and all that kind of stuff. But hey, it weren't that for me. Most celebs are utter nuts. Yeah, they're cunts, bro. Cunts. I've met a lot of band members and all that kind of stuff. They're arseholes. Some of them are absolutely awesome. Some of them are total twats. They think they're above everybody. And, you're not above anybody at the end of the day. And that's kind of what makes me the way that I am as well. You know, I do YouTube, same fucking what. And I met a few through work, and they are utter nuts. Yeah, Kanye, it's all true. Mm, I'm not surprised, mate. You know the crazy thing is, right? Is everybody turns around and goes, why don't they release the Epstein files? Why don't they release all the names and all this, that, and the other? They're all on the internet, mate. They're all on the internet. You've only got to care to look. They're all on the internet who's involved. Every single one of them. Only got to look at it. I was most disappointed by Thierry Henry. What a French goat. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I'm not surprised. They all sold their souls, bro, to become something. In fact, in 6 years, the only one I met decent one was Pharrell Williams. Minions song, decent. Hmm. The rest are utter cocks. Yeah, absolutely. They think they're something they're not. They think they're something they're not. If you met me, we'd go for a drink, we'd have a laugh. I mean, I'm not in the stages of what they are, but, you know, I don't look at anything like this as I'm anything. I just enjoy having a chat with people and having a beer. It's like being in a pub. I look at this YouTube as like being in a pub, just having conversations. You know, I have no sort of delusions or anything in any other respect than that. Like Adidas have this collaboration with a Japanese designer, Yoji Yamamoto. Well, hopefully he's done a good job of that fucking away shirt. Are you gonna buy it if it's green? Have you got the home kit yet? You couldn't have anyone in the fitting not wearing black. Anything not black hurts my eyes. Wanker. That's weird. That is weird. Such a fucking drama queen. Yeah, that is weird. Have the home kit. Nice. Nice. What do you think about all the Forest fans that don't like it? This is. I'll be honest. This is one of the best I've come up with for a while. Last season's I liked. This is one of my favourite ones for a while. This is one of my favourite ones for a while. Praying the away isn't green. Yeah, I think it is, bro. I think it is, bro. Yeah, well, I just don't. Why green? I mean, I don't know about you, but why green? Like I say, if it was the Cluffy green, if it was the Cluffy sweatshirt green with the mist on it in, I can understand if it was the Cluffy green. I don't understand why green. They also removed from the rest of us that have still to pay the rent. Yeah, 100%. Totally. Totally. Do you know what, mate? I make nothing from doing this. I make absolutely nothing from doing this. I don't care because I don't do it for that anyway. I live on my own. I don't want to be around people because people just annoy me and wind me up. So I make absolutely nothing doing this. I just do it because I enjoy it. I enjoy having these conversations like what I'm having with you right now. I don't pay no attention to how many people are in the chat or anything like that. I don't look at views or anything like that. I just enjoy it. I just enjoy having a chat with my mates. You know, and you're one of my mates. They are so removed from the rest. The first kit has depth and pattern. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I just said, mate, I'm a sucker for tie dye, and I don't. Right, okay. Let me put this to you. Right, I might have already done this, but I'm going to do it again. But for me, the away shirt should be white with a red forest badge, red on the shoulders, red trefoil badge, and then red mist. So it's just the exact opposite of the shirt, like it used to be. If the way it's plain green, it's a bit shit, and even green with pattern like the first team kit would be better. You are a mate too. Yeah, 100%, man. Hopefully, we'll get meet up sometime and have a beer or whatever. It'll be exactly the same. Ain't no different on here or off here. I don't know how to be any different. So I could take white. Mate, like what we used to do is like having an home shirt and then an away shirt that was the opposite way. You know, that's how we used to do it. Red Forest badge, white shirt with the mist on it in red. That might not work with a red badge, but yeah, just the same kind of thing, or just have a white shirt with red Forest badge, red trefoil, Adidas badge, and then basically, I could take white. I also always vote for yellow and blue stripes. Yeah, he putting in a shift today. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I gotta go toilet, bro. I'll be back in a sec. Gotta go to bed. It's 2 hours later here. Yeah, no worries, man. And hopefully speak tomorrow for Balsa. Absolutely. And I'm flying back tomorrow, so I need to understand the time zones. And see you tomorrow. Yeah. Big love, expat. Cheers for dropping in, bro. We had a good combo tonight and got to know each other a little bit better. Love it. Take care, man. Borgab, if you're still here, right, what made you an Arsenal fan, bro? This is not like putting you on the spot or anything like that. But what made you an Arsenal fan? What made you support Arsenal? I've asked Expat. He's a red, you know. So I'm going to be doing this a lot now. Just asking the fans that come in here what made you a fan of your club. I'm interested to know. That's not what I meant. What made you an Arsenal fan? God cursed you. You have a super small penis and it's time to rip. That's probably what I'm thinking, actually. You're probably just keyed in right on what I'm thinking. But, yeah. That was fucking. What an exit, bro. What an exit. That is an amazing exit. Oh, my days. I bet I'm gonna get fucking. I bet I'm gonna get fucking copyright for that one. I bet I'm gonna get copyright for that. I'm gonna get fucking copyright for that one. Did you hear that? Did you hear the fucking 50 cents song? I bet I'm gonna get copyright for that. The worst thing I could do is play it again. It is actually a good song. I bet I'm gonna get copyright for this. I bet I'm gonna get copyright for this. Oh well, never mind. I'm gonna get Windows Shop. Yeah, I'm gonna get copyright for that, aren't I? Yeah, I'm gonna get copyright for that. I'm gonna like show how much I care that I'm gonna get copyright for that. I'm gonna get copyright for that. What a track, though. Oh, I tell you what, that 50 Cent album. That 50 Cent album is class. Absolute fucking class. That 50 Cent album. Get Rich or Die Trying. What an album. What an album. Love that album. Love it. Don't know whether that came through on the stream, but I'm probably going to get copyright for that as well. But I'm getting copyright for fucking everything at the minute. So whatever. It is what it is. At least that'll be a right fucking copyright shit. Fucking old Tony Neary. How many fucking memes and gifs do you send me in a day? It's kind of becoming an obsession. It's becoming an obsession. Well, I'm going to finish this drink and then I'm out of here. Dominic Solanke. Dominic Solanke might be coming to Forest. I don't mind Dominic Solanke, to be honest. I think he'd be good for Forest. Whether it'll happen or not, I don't know. But he is a good player. So I think he'd be better for Forest than he was for Spurs, to be quite honest. Transfer news: Chelsea and Bayern Munich have joined the race to sign Nottingham Forest midfielder Morgan Gibbs-White. Both clubs have been encouraged by the player's recent change of agent, with Celtic particularly interested. Nottingham Forest have no intention of selling unless they receive an irresistible offer. And that is the way it will go, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to make an irresistible offer. If you make an irresistible offer, we will look at it. All about business at the end of the day. It's all about business. And I tell you what, right? Since we've been in the Prem, we've spent 83 million and we've made 305 million pounds. That's business. That's business. But at the end of the day, do we want to build a team that's quality? Absolutely. But at the same point, you've got to make the money to get in the right spaces. I love the players we have, but you've got to also take into account that if you're going to get into these top spots and you're not in these top spots, you're going to get picked off. You know, if you've got players, as I've said before, it's a catch-22 situation. You want the players that you bring in to be awesome, but when they're awesome, the top teams will pick them off. The top teams will pick them off, but if they can pick them off, but they've got to offer the right money. And if they offer the right money, that's what takes us up to the spots that we need to be. But we've also got to have a good team in that respect. That's how it works. As much as everybody hates it, that's how it works, people. Until you actually get in those top spots, your players are going to get picked off. It's fucking obvious. It's obvious. Gibbs White, I've said before, at times he can be the absolute quality. If he could do that constantly, he won't be with us. let's face it won't be with us. Times he needs to do the basics instead of trying to do clever shit, you know. But if we lose him, it's going to have to be for good money. Because if you're not paying good money, you ain't getting him. Simple as that. We've got to set our range. We have to set our range. At the end of the day, he's our player, so it's a seller's market. So if you want our player, you're going to have to pay the money that we want. And Gibbs White is 100 plus. Gibbs White is definitely 100 plus. No doubt about that. So if you want to pay that, you'll get the player. If you don't want to pay that, you ain't getting the player. Simple as that. It's not rocket science, is it? That's the way it works. Same as Milenkovic being looked at by Juventus. Well, I've seen 25 million is a fucking joke. That's a joke. They letting fucking Milenkovic go 25 mil. You're mad. Up that price tag massively. He's a quality player. And again, I'll say 100 mil. I say 100 mil for the fucking cap. If you want something that we've got, I'm saying 100 mil. That's it. You don't pay that, you ain't getting the player. End of story. He's a big player for us, and you're getting him for nothing. No way, shape, or form is that going to be the case. No way, shape, or form. We are Nottingham Forest. We don't just give players away. We make players. We absolutely make players. There's a lot of teams turn around and say they make players. We actually do make players. Look at Anderson. You know, any player that comes to look at Aina. Aina back then was like somebody that played for Spurs at some point, I think, or was it Chelsea or something. Then made themselves anything. We've turned him into something else. Same as Nico Williams, came from Liverpool. We've turned him into something else. Sangari is another one, which most of the teams in this Premier League had him on their books as well, but never took the point to actually get him. They probably had Murillo on their fucking radar at some point. But one thing that I can say about my fucking club, that's Adidas, my fucking club is that ever since we've come in the Premier League, we've bought these players that you guys have got on your radars but don't take a chance on. We've took a chance on. We've made them into fucking quality fucking Premier League players. But we have to get into the position where you can't just pick them off. You can't just pick them off. That's the main thing that we have to do right now. Stop just being picked off. Stop being a selling club. Actually, fucking keep our best players. That's the one thing that we need to be concentrating on right now. We've got to have a good season. We've got to start showing exactly what we are, what we're capable of. And I've said it. I've said it. There's going to come a point where the other teams are going to turn round and stop looking at Forest as in, oh yeah, we like Forest. Yeah, we like Forest. They're great. Yeah, we like Forest. No, it's that never. We don't want us to like you. We don't want you to like us. We want to get to the point where you're fair us. That's the point that we need to get to. Where you're fair us. Where you're fair playing us. Not just look at us, oh, well, it's only Forest. Yeah, well, that ain't gonna cut it. That's not gonna be the way that shit goes eventually. Mark my fucking words. There's gonna come a point where you look at us as like the big fucking dogs. Maybe not this season, maybe not next season, maybe not the season afterwards. But eventually, trust me, we are going to be the team to beat. I know it in my heart. I've said it for a good while now. Eventually, you are going to fear us. You're not going to look at us with any disrespect or anything like that. We are coming for everything. Everything. And I 100% believe that. I 100% believe that. We are coming for all of it. Just keep watching because it's going to happen. Definitely going to happen. I drink this drink and now we'll go to bed. I'm going to go to bed. This has been an awesome stream. I'll admit, after like the first 20, 30 minutes, I was tempted to knock it on the head, to be fair. But it's been an awesome stream. I've been Dallon chatting to Expat Red. I absolutely love when you just get like 4 or 5 people in your chat because you can get to know them so much better than when you've got loads of people in the chat and all that kind of stuff. I love it. I love it. I might be weird. I don't know. But I just think you can get a more personal level when you've not got so many people in the chat. I love what this channel's doing. I love the way it's building silently and just going on and all this, that, and the other. Yeah, I think it's great. And mark my word, I ain't got no issue with taking anybody on, but I just don't bother going into those stages. There's no point yet. There's no point yet. But trust me, when there is a point, I'll be there. And I certainly won't be begging in channels to get me on there, like a certain Forest Fan TV. I certainly won't be doing that. Oh, please get me on. Oh, please get me on. I'm a Forest fan. No Forest fan ever acts like that, bro. When you deserve to be on, they'll get you on. When you have to beg for it, you don't deserve to be on. That's why they don't fucking call you up or give you any opportunity. If you notice, everybody that deserves that opportunity gets that opportunity. And I will eventually. I'll probably turn it down as well because I'm not interested. I'm really, really not interested in getting involved in that. If I start going against any of you, you're fucked. You're done. You're finished. You won't stand a chance. Seriously, you won't stand a chance. But anyway, Forest, oh fuck's sake, Forest forever. Forest for fucking ever. Awesome stream tonight. Really enjoyed it. Love the real deal. Always speaking real. Built to Dal for coming on as well. Did offer it to Anthony. Didn't reply. Fair play. Whatever. And big up to Expat. Big up to Balgav as well, and Stephanie, and all the people in the chat, Jack as well. And yeah, as always, guys, keep it real, keep it Yeti, and yeah, see you later, guys. Tatty fucking bye. See you later, guys.